Chapter 2 of the Act of 2023 and is amended as of March 28, 2025. This meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy of our remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast unless required by law. This meeting is recorded by the local scene, formerly known as pac-tv. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access Channels, Verizon 39 or Comcast 9. Viewers can visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Recording in progress.
Liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we move to open forum. Members of the board.
Folks, there are plenty of seats down front.
Plenty of seats for those standing up. Here, take advantage of it. It's a long meeting.
We don't bite.
All right.
Yeah, the seat's up here. You don't have to bring it. Chair.
All right.
There's seats in the front here.
It's all right. Open
Okay,
forum.
all right.
Anything from the board?
Yes.
No.
Fernando.
I will, yeah, there is at tomorrow evening in the Duxbury High School cafeteria, there is a part of Point Bridge replacement project public meeting and listening session hosted by Mass DOT. And what's key there is they'll provide an update as to where they are on the work on the bridge, and attendees will have the opportunity to participate in group discussions and share input following a short presentation. All views and comments made at the meeting will be reviewed and considered to the maximum extent possible. So if you're interested and want to get up to speed and get as much information as to what's going on, I strongly recommend that you turn up and participate in that event. So yeah, tomorrow evening, Tuesday, October 21st, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Duxbury High School cafeteria.
Thank you, Fernando. Anyone else on the board? All right, I have two things. One, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the Harbor Master team. We received a note from the Kersner family regarding an incident that occurred on October 6th. And the message was, we wish to commend the professionalism, skill, and dedication of the Duxbury Harbor Master team. Our boat battery died on October 6th, and the Duxbury Harbor Master team responded promptly to our call. They not only helped us to a temporary mooring in Snug Harbor, but also assisted the next day when a replacement battery also failed. Duxbury boaters are fortunate to have such dedicated people on the Harbor Master team. So Jake and team, great job. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
For the folks sitting in the doorway, I would kindly ask that you please take a seat up front, only because you're blocking a means of ingress and egress, and that's an emergency exit. You're more than welcome to take those.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 seats available.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I have one other comment. This is for the board. I'm interested in ideas for opportunities where the select board can engage in more of the community on a regular basis. Well, residents have wide coverage of our meetings and activities, thanks to the local scene, the Clipper, and WATD radio. I believe it would be beneficial for us to see more of the community. And I'll add this to a future agenda for discussion, but one idea that comes to my mind potentially is to invite community organizations to attend and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, or those sorts of activities where we have folks here in the room with us. So
Yep.
I'll ask you to give that some thought. I'll put it on a future agenda. Anything from the public, open forum. This is an opportunity to speak about things that are not on the agenda. We cannot get into back and forth. This is you talking to us, and ideally it's about things that are not on the agenda, because we will be getting into those in detail further on this evening. Alicia.
Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. On September 29th at the select board meeting, I had made a small presentation with some information regarding a timber specialist for the bridge repair, and I the following day followed up with some information. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to really look at it yet. There was a lot there, but I would like to make a formal request at this point for the next select board meeting on November 3rd, that we could possibly have some time dedicated to inviting Dr. Tingley here to do a presentation for us specific to our bridge. And I know that he's open to coming and doing an evaluation and talking to this group. So I just wanted to put that out there, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
It goes, it's for the video.
Christine,
Okay, so, I'm
can you just
here.
introduce yourself? For the-
Okay, Christine Hill, Washington Street. I'm here for Save Our Bridge. We would like to ask a couple things. First of all, we'd like a pause on the bridge project so that we can examine all the alternatives. We didn't have a chance to do that, and so now there is a mad rush to figure out what the best way is to fix the bridge. We don't think that that is a healthy way to make decisions. We think that they should be made calmly and in a considered fashion with input from the entire community. And so there's a number of people from the group who are going to be speaking about specific questions that they have about the bridge that haven't been answered, that we want to answer in a calm way with everybody involved. Otherwise, we're going to just end up, in 2 weeks trying to find a solution to the bridge issues. Secondly, we would like the meeting tomorrow to be an open meeting with everybody talking at the same time. So everybody from the PAC, we would like to have it in the PAC. We'd like to have it recorded, and we'd like to have everybody be able to hear what everybody else says. So I think that's it, and I think then, the petition numbers. The petition, we have 5,800 people at least who signed the petition. About 2,000 of them are from out of town, maybe mostly from the South Shore, but like a lot of my classmates from all over the country. So.
And also, other than that, we have the petitions that have been signed.
Oh, yeah, I included that. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Randall, 501 Elm Street. Just so you know, I am 12th generation Duxbury. I am a direct descendant of Miles Standish, John Alden, and William Mullins, or Priscilla Mullins. My family built this town back in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, up to the 60s. My grandfather was head of the highway department from the mid-30s to 1965, where in 1941 he acquired the bridge because that's when we bought it. He never closed that bridge. He kept that bridge open. He used, and believe me, this was a summer town then. So he used high school students to drive those piles and pull them in with a come-along to be under the post. So with that drive, and understand, I lived in California for 30 years, and I moved back here 10 years ago to take care of my mother. So understand how family is for me in my life. So with Christine, I'm asking for a pause. We're working with a group, and these are some of the smartest people in town. Let me tell you, when we get into discussions, when we start digging, and believe me, we have dug. We have been in the archives, we've been in the library, everywhere, and we've dug deep. So again, we're asking for a pause. Tomorrow's discussion, we'd like to maybe put some ideas with them. Okay? I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for open forum?
Well, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Pete Dalton. On Wadsworth Road in Duxbury, and I'm also on the Duxbury Shellfish Advisory Board. I'm a member of that. I just want to, I'd like to give you an update on 2 structural marine firms that we have spoken to. 4 marine contractors and 1 marine pile design firm that are all very interested in the restoration of the Powder Point Bridge. These firms can provide alternate measures of repair rather than removal of the bridge. These measures are taking place all over the coastlines in the USA related to boar infestation, which we know that's the reason why we're sending it. I just want to make you aware of what's going on also in other parts of coastlines, which I'm very familiar with. I do a lot of fishing all over the country. When you visit the Keys down in Florida, you'll often notice that the bridges that are in salt water are often torn down and replaced with a bridge that's adjacent to the existing bridge. They leave the old bridge first, they build a new one right next to it, then they tear the old one down. And what they do when they remove the concrete from the concrete from the existing structure, they put it on barges to new locations. It goes to the Gulf of Mexico / America to create artificial reefs for local fishermen. So all the concrete, the reason why they're removing, of course, is spalling of concrete, rebar that was engineered certain dimensions, like a number 5 bar, which is 5/8, you go down the line. A lot of the rebar has reduced its structural strengths with rust. Also today, epoxy-coated rebar, if you cut epoxy-coated rebar, it rusts within the inside of the epoxy coating. That's why all reinforcement bars are measured to certain lengths per the rebar drawings that they have to adhere to. So what I'm saying is, these bridges, I don't know how long they're lasting, but they're not that long. If you, like I said, if you go from Miami all the way down to Key West, Marathon, Key Largo, Duck Key, and all those bridges that connect from one key to the other, they just can't take a bridge out and leave everybody abandoned on either side of that existing bridge. They have the old one, they build a new one right next to it, then they take the old one down, and the remnants goes to different locations, the concrete on barges, which we happen to be one of the towns down there, counties, I should say. They received it. And because the Gulf of Mexico is a very flat bottom and not much reefs, that create these artificial reefs with that remnants from the old bridges. That's all I got to say. This is something that's going on all over the country. This is not new. But there are firms that are jumping on this scenario, very good firms, because of what is going on throughout the country. They're just not ripping everything down and building new ones. They're actually doing restoration work on existing structures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy, do we have anybody online? Del Mitchell.
I think there's another gentleman here who wants to.
That's all right, I'll recognize. Del Mitchell, do you have a comment?
Hello, yes, I'm sorry, I was just trying to get unmuted.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Del Mitchell. I live on Bay Pond Road near the intersection of Powder Point Avenue and King Caesar. I support the proposal to have a pause and give the opportunity to search for options to repair or replace the bridge to be more in scale and atmosphere of its environment. The wider bridge that has been presented will encourage easier access and faster cars, not only crossing the bridge, but also approaching it from Powder Point Avenue, King Caesar, and even St. George Street. The wider bridge will incentivize paving of the roads to the bridge itself and to Green Harbor and Gurnett. Over time, it could create easy access for commercial traffic between Marshfield and Duxbury. So think about that. At that point, the relaxed and quiet beach community that is on the north side of Gurnett Road, as well as the austere beach solitude to the south towards Gurnett and Saquewish, those beautiful places and their serene environment will be lost if roads can be so easily developed. It will be a loss of a precious Duxbury asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hi. I'm Laura Doherty. I live at Tussock Brook Road. I have lived in town for 25 years. I also worked here for almost as long until I retired recently. I was a former member of the Duxbury Business Association and served on the board for many years. I am sure that there are a lot of businesses in town that would like a pause, as would I. And I also have a question. Who will make the final determination? Will it be the selectmen, the town meeting? I'm a little concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Nancy? Okay, yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Frank Geisel. I live on Pilgrim Byway. And I just want to emphasize that we are in an engineering decision phase of this project. We several of us had an online meeting with Dr. Tingley last Friday. It was recorded on video, and we have it available. We've cut down to about an hour's worth of the video, in which there is some background and a lot of educational material from somebody who is a recognized expert in the timber and building industry. I'm prepared to send it to you, but I would encourage you, with everything I've got, to take the hour and watch it. 40 minutes of it are specifically about our bridge, not just bridges and work that he has done, but our bridge. This is somebody who will, you will find it inspiring, encouraging, and educational. I will be glad to distribute the link to it. It's an hour's worth of a video. It's extraordinarily, I'm repeating myself. It's encouraging. You will find it, the message positive. He says in his video, I'm a bridge saver. That's what he does. I think it's extremely important for you. Anybody else who wants it, you can send me also your email to listen to this before tomorrow night's meeting, so that we understand from an engineering perspective, from a personal, from a human, emotional perspective, what is possible. What are the alternatives? We haven't been presented with them up to this point. We have them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone else, so we'll move on with the meeting. We do have a couple of,
Judith Kiplinger, Pilgrim Byway. A few weeks ago when I was here, I remember that the select board, I think there were 5 of you that night, Cindy was here, unanimously agreed that we want what we've got. I remember Fernando saying that and everybody agreeing, but we want it safer, we want it stronger, we want it with longevity. And as some other people have spoken, we as a team had this mission. You know, how do we protect and preserve this beautiful treasure in a cost-effective, sustainable, environmentally sensitive and positive, and a way that honors the generations before us who have faithfully stewarded this bridge through storms, through normal decay and demise of different pieces of it, who rebuilt it after a fire and deterioration, so that we preserve it for generations to come. And so what did we learn in the last few weeks? First, we went out to the community and talked to people. And contrary to what some people thought, that we had heard, that half the town doesn't really care about this bridge. I didn't speak to one person. Standing at the bridge, and other members of the team were standing there for hours, weekends, weekdays. It was rainy, it was cold. People who they love this bridge. They love it. They don't just like it, they don't just say it's okay. And they come from all different areas around the region, whether it's Marshfield or Dorchester or Florida or Maine. They come to experience. So second, what we learned.
Just 1 second. No, I think it goes clackety left, clackety right.
It's in the tap.
part. So second, what we learned more about the history of this bridge, as my husband said, going through the archives. But we also learned, mostly, thank you, Alicia Babcock, through Dan Tingley, the facts of wooden bridges. And it was so enlightening, things that we don't know about wooden bridges. And he said, fix the bridge. The bridge isn't broken. Yes, it needs to be updated, and it can be, and that's what he told us. He said, 1/10 of what the state is quoting to build this new steel and concrete bridge, which doesn't honor our landscape or our bay. He said, for 1/10 of that, you can fix what needs to be fixed so that it can go another 100 years. And so all of this was just in a few weeks. But there is more to learn, and as Alicia said, Dr. Tinley has offered that he will come and speak to, a small group or 300 or 400 people to educate us on how this is not just possible, but it's very possible. And in a way that has a negative carbon impact, in a way that has minimal disruption on the community, on the people who live on Powder Point and King Caesar Road and this town, and mostly because it preserves what people love. They love this bridge, and I hope that you'll consider it. And I really hope that you'll watch that video, and that you can too feel just you can breathe and you can think, wow, we have this treasure. We are standing in a moment of time where we have an incredible opportunity to give the community what it wants in a way that saves money and answers a lot of our other questions that we have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dalton, we already heard from you.
I just want to mention real quick on the Miles Standish Monument, another historical feature in our town. If that Miles Standish monument needs a little bit of cutting and pointing on the rock face granite, we're not going to tear that monument down. King Caesar House needs paint, needs some siding on that. We're not going to rip it down. There's so many historical things in here town that we have to preserve. That's all I'm saying. You don't tear something down. You can preserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anybody have a comment that's not related to the bridge? Because I think we're done with the bridge right now. We're going to be getting to the bridge later on. At the beginning of the meeting, I noted that these are for things that aren't on the agenda. If you're all talking the bridge, we can hold those until later. We have a number of things to get to this evening, and I'd like to move on in courtesy of everybody else who's here for other things. Okay? Pardon me?
I have something that's different.
Okay, go
From
right ahead.
standing down at that bridge and getting signatures and talking to people, I'm going to stop right there. You need 2 stop signs at the end of King Caesar and Powder Point. We witnessed several near misses, including 2 bicycle riders that almost got nailed. So I highly recommend that you put 2 stop signs, one at the end of Powder Point and one at the end of King Caesar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have an aquaculture renewal hearing for Mr. Ben Lloyd. May I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I move that the Select Board opens the advertised public hearing for review and approval of aquaculture license renewal application for Benjamin Lloyd.
I don't think it requires a
Roll call vote,
It does?
yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Fernando?
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Okay, the hearing is open. Is there anything else you need to read?
Yeah, just let me just read this.
Yep.
This renewal application was reviewed by the Shellfish Advisory Committee at their meeting on September 18th, 2025, and legal notice of this hearing was advertised in the Clipper on October 8, 2025. We will hear from Mr. Richard Brennan, Chair of the Shellfish Advisory Committee. We'll also hear from the applicant, and we'll also hear from the public.
Mr. Brennan?
Hello all. I swear I won't say anything about the bridge. We held a meeting, Shellfish Hill held a meeting September 18th, and Mr. Ben Lloyd presented his 10-year application, renewal application, which is his second application. He's already gone through the 3-year probationary period. He meets all the criteria. The Shellfish, it was a unanimous vote for yes, so we presented it to you for your approval.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, so Dick, you mentioned that there was public participation. Could you share what was the public participation at
It's
your-
always open to anybody. The only people that were there were always the people for other stuff that one was talking about. He was having some issues with seaweed, and then there was some other stuff about what happens to a grant when that person dies.
Right, but there wasn't any conversation about the specific renewal?
There was
Any
not.
from the public? No, nobody from the public, okay.
Amy?
Just in this process, the first 3 years
Is
is a
probationary.
probationary period. And then the lease, terms of the lease are in 10-year
Goes to 10 years, yep.
Is that consistent, or is that pretty much consistent
state
with
law.
other, that's state law? So
Yeah.
it is what it is. Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Is Mr. Lloyd here? Great. Do you mind popping up? I don't know. I think it's great to hear from folks out there working hard. Could you describe your lease, what you have been doing out there for 13 years, where it is, and who you sell to, and
Sure, and just some clarification, I had my 3-year and my first 10-year period. This will be my second 10-year period.
right?
So been at it for 13 years so far.
Where's your lease?
So our lease is about 1,200 feet off Shipyard Beach, kind of southeast of Shipyard Beach.
And what do you primarily do out there? And
So we're farming oysters like everyone else, a few clams as well. We also, my wife has a lease as well, and so we kind of work in conjunction with each other's leases. And our lease acts as a nursery for both farms, but we also plant market product on our farm as well.
how many oysters?
About 2.5 million a year.
Who do you sell them to?
My own company, so I own a wholesale company in Boston.
Okay, great. What's the name of that?
Pangea Shellfish.
Excellent. I don't have any other questions.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is anybody here for this matter, and would anybody like to be recognized on this application? Anybody online? Okay, may I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board approves the license renewal of Benjamin Lloyd, 1 Hardin Hill Road, aquaculture lease number 165866 for 10 years, pending all federal, state, and local reviews and approval. Roll call vote.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call the roll. Fernando?
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Michael,
All right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
good luck.
All right, I move that the Select Board closes the advertised public hearing for the aquaculture license renewal for Benjamin Lloyd. Roll call vote.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Fernando?
Fernando, aye.
Brian, aye.
Amy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Okay, next is the discussion and vote regarding the Ellison Fund presented by our Recreation Director, Steve Studley.
Good evening, Steve Studley, Recreation Director. I'm here to get the board's approval to accept the gift of the Ellison Fund for this year's project. This year's project is going to be phases 3A and B, continuing to work at the Ellison Playground next to the library on ADA poured rubber surfacing. We started this project last year. It's an ongoing project, and this will be a couple more phases of it we'd like to get done, hopefully this fall. I know you guys have the report on what it is. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board?
I don't have any questions.
Mike?
Steve, this has been a three-phase project, at least three up, I'm trying to remember. You have an audience here. How has this progressed, and what's the end goal here?
Sure. In a nutshell, the most popular playground in the town is next to the library. The use is off the charts. It's a wood-chipped surface impact area now, which is grandfathered in, ADA compliant. However, if you've been down there and tried to see somebody push a child in a stroller, another mobility device, or a wheelchair, it's very difficult for them to do. This poured rubber surface makes it so much easier for everybody. It's extremely expensive, so to do the whole park doesn't even make sense, because I walked it with many experts. There's so many areas that don't get used, don't get needed for access. So therefore, what we developed last year is a plan to, from the entrance, go to the first apparatus where that ADA area is to get on that. And then what we're going to do is go from, this year's project will go from the bottom of the slide where they can get on and loop it back to where they can get on. Right now, where you could take a wheelchair to get on that apparatus. You could play on the entire thing, but when you go down the slide, you'd end up back on wood chips. The first phase A for this year will take it from there back so they can get back on and play on it again. Phase B of that, which we have the money within this year's fund, will then take it from the bottom of the slide over to where the ADA swing is, so that then they can go on that swing as well. So since we put it in last fall, our phones have rang off the hook with, one, thanking us, but two, are you going to keep going? So my plan is to keep going, and I'd eventually, my goal is that someone in a wheelchair, mobility device, or a stroller can get anywhere they want in the park.
Amy?
I think it's great that we're able to do this. I am super surprised at the cost of it. You know, $25,000 just to get, you know, 2 more, seems kind of a short run of this stuff. Is there no competition out there for these services?
This is the best price we could get, yes.
God,
It's to do that whole area. I know you're familiar probably with that playground. If you were to just cover the entire area, the quote by 3 different companies, the average was about $450,000.
crazy.
What's the expected life on it?
40 years. Like, so it's, and again, weather can have issues. Vandalism is an issue, but we haven't had any of that there. But it'll last for a really long time. So what we were doing for years and years is resurfacing it with bringing in more wood chips and more wood chips. And that started like everything else. It used to be a $1,500, $2,000 project. That's now $10,000 or $12,000 to bring in wood chips. So therefore, penny wise, pound foolish to kind of get it done right is what my goal is.
Okay, any other questions from the board? We have a motion.
I move that the Select Board recommends a total expenditure of $24,380 from the Evan H. Ellison Trust Fund for the installation of poured-in-place rubber ADA pathways to provide access from the bottom of the slide back to the ADA entrance and to the ADA swing at the Ellison Playground.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. Thanks, Mike.
I
Good luck.
appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
Is Sarah Roberts here for the Haunted Trail event? Okay, great. Jeannie, if you don't mind, this could be a quick one, so I'd rather get this one checked off, unless you'd like to stick around.
No.
All right. So we're going to take this out of order. This is an event permit for November 1st, 2025, the Stagecoach Haunted Trail event. And Sarah Roberts is here. Sarah, can you tell us a little bit about the event?
Sure, I'd love to. This will be our 5th year, if it is approved. My daughter, Honora, who is now 16, wanted to have a haunted trail in our backyard. And we decided, well, actually, she wanted a haunted trail. And we decided to create a haunted trail in our backyard. And we enlisted a lot of our neighbors, friends, and family, and they all dressed up. And we invited her birthday party of friends to walk through the trail, and it was awesome. So awesome that everybody that volunteered to help us do the trail loved scaring the kids so much and dressing up that they asked if we could do it the following year and not be a birthday party. So we opened it up to our neighborhood, and they brought their friends and family. And again, it was so well received that everyone asked, can we please do it again the following year? So the 3rd year, we decided to, actually, the 2nd year, we decided to, instead of, it costs a lot of money to put this trail together and time, we said, why don't we just put a bucket out and see if anybody wants to donate and to the cause of St. Jude's for children that are fighting cancer and can't really enjoy Halloween. And we were able to raise, I think, $450 that year with just our neighbors just donating. And then the following year we did it again, and we raised about $1,500. And then last year, unfortunately, it was so well received, and I posted it on Duxbury Helping Duxbury to actually raise more money, and we had so many people come out that we had to have it shut down because it was becoming unsafe. People were double parking on the sides of the road, and but we still raised close to $3,000, and I think there was about 250 people that were able to walk through the trail. So this year we want to do it right. There's still a really big ask for this haunted trail among families in the community. And our goal is to continue to raise money for St. Jude's and support this awesome charity. And we're hoping with the help of Duxbury, we can still continue to do it with some other safer ways, getting a fire and police detail. We've secured off-site parking at Chandler Elementary School. We'll be hiring a bus shuttle to shuttle families from the parking lot to our neighborhood to eliminate the parking and the double parking to allow 2 ways of traffic on our street and in the neighborhood. I'm trying to think, and all those costs, it's a lot. It's costly. It's taking away from what we can give to charity, and unfortunately, all of that is about $3,000 that we will have to take out of the donations that we receive for charity. So we're willing and able to do it, and we would like to keep it in Duxbury, and we would like to offer it to our families in Duxbury, and trying to figure out a way to just reach the families of Duxbury so their kids can come out and enjoy a fun, safe haunted trail.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I just wanted to clarify what you said about the details. So you have one police officer, and you have one paramedic EMT on detail from 6:30 to 10:30, and that's coming out of your pocket.
6 to 10 p.m., yeah, that's coming out of our pocket.
And the Board of Health required a porta potty as well.
Correct, and we have a porta potty as well on site.
Okay, and the municipal services wanted the extension cords to be grounded as well. And they said, it is recommended that
Yes.
all extension cords be. What kind of electrical apparatus, like what's going on with that?
So really, it's just strobe lights and wireless speakers. So that's really nothing. And a lot of our strobe lights are battery operated, so not really an issue. The main, we have a tent on our driveway that we've created hallways we've created like 6 canopies, and we've made hallways out of it, and that's where a lot of the electrical would probably go to.
Rainey, has this been secured? Do we have a detail available for police and fire on that night? Do we know?
The day after Halloween? I don't think she'll
It's
have
not the
a
day of
problem.
Halloween, it's November 1st, the day after.
So it's the day after,
Yeah.
so we have them available?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure
All
they'll
right,
be.
great. Just want to make sure we're not
Yeah.
going to.
Fernando?
No, Mike asked the questions. You've expanded quite a bit, so restrooms, detail, fire department with the EMT standing by, so it's, yeah, you've been successful, but it has come with a cost to you.
It
All right.
has, unfortunately.
All right, well, best of luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hope for good weather
Yes.
for you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
It sounds like a lot of fun. I do have to ask, though,
Yes.
since this is a residential neighborhood,
Yes.
and it's become quite an event, what are you doing to coordinate with the neighborhood and your neighbors to make sure that everybody's kind of in sync?
So we're notifying, we're sending flyers out, placing in everybody's mailbox to alert everybody of the event that's happening. Any neighbors that are attending, we're asking that everybody parks in their driveways. The event is over at 10 p.m. It's 6 to 10. We moved it up an hour just so we could get more people through the trail, since we now have to shuttle families in. It's usually 7 to 10 p.m., but we definitely want to be shut down by 10 p.m. just because it's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it.
All right.
But it's positive feedback in our neighborhood. We have a lot of families in our neighborhood, and a lot of them are actually participating and volunteering for this event. So they're very excited, and they hope that it can happen.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Please come by and walk through. It is really.
I might just
really
mind.
Take the bus. Has anybody attended tonight to speak to this item? Any neighbors, anyone with concerns? Anyone online with comments or concerns? Okay, great. May I have a motion?
I move that Ms. Sarah Roberts is granted an event permit for the Stagecoach Haunted Trail event on Saturday, November 1st, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., located at 25 Stagecoach Road, Duxbury, subject to the conditions of the permit.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. Good luck.
Thank you so
Have
much.
fun.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Next is a discussion and vote on retiree health insurance rates presented by Jeannie Horn, our HR Director. And Jeannie, before you start, Peter, is this related to Care Solis? Is this the item, or no?
I don't believe so, no.
Oh, okay. Just let me know when yours is up. Your item. Okay. Go right ahead, Jeannie. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeannie Horn, the Human Resources Director for the town of Duxbury. And I am here tonight to review the recommended retiree health insurance plan rates for consideration and vote by the Select Board. And I will refer to the memo that I sent to the Select Board on October 16th. Earlier this year, as you may recall, in March, when we were setting the rates for our PPO and HMO plans, I was joined by our health insurance consultant, Cooking Company, who presented the town of Duxbury's health insurance outlook to the Select Board. The report reviewed the administration of our health insurance plans, compared funding models, which include self-insured, fully insured, and joint purchase. They analyzed our 5-year average renewal rates compared to those entities and outlined key cost drivers and market trends. The report concluded that our current plan administration is the most fiscally responsible and noted that we have successfully navigated several years of volatile health insurance costs. As per the report's recommendations, we will continue to manage our health insurance plans with care, monitoring claims and experience, leveraging available programs to improve health outcomes and reduce costs, to work collaboratively to maintain solvency and stay informed about emerging trends. So that is basically the body of work for our health insurance, for our insurance committee meetings every month in order to stay on top of the trends and the costs and our claims experience. We keep a constant eye on it. However, nationally, Medicare market trends continue to have a significant impact on the projected retiree health insurance plan costs in the coming year. These trends include utilization and cost. So nationally, we're seeing an increased demand for care with our retiree plans. So specifically, Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplemental plans. Especially with outpatient services and prescription drugs, coupled with treatment at more advanced stages. All of this is leading to more intense and expensive care. In addition, there are some Medicare Part D program changes that began last year. Those are being driven by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, CMS. Medicare Part D has been redesigned, and the redesign eliminates the coverage gap and implements a $2,100 out-of-pocket cap for calendar year 2026, impacting retiree drug coverage and plan costs, and that's impacting plan rates. And we have an Inflation Reduction Act that is happening at the federal level as well. It reduces funding from CMS. It increases the cost of Medicare and Medicare and Medicaid supplement plans, Medicare Advantage and prescription drug plans provided by employers like us. It also introduces drug price negotiations for select high-cost medications beginning in calendar year 2026. And then finally, GLP-1 prescriptions. I'm sure you've all heard that acronym in the news. There is an increasing use of GLP-1 medications, such as Ozempic, for Medicare-approved diagnoses, and this is adding substantial cost pressures. It's important to note that Medicare Part D does not cover weight loss prescriptions, so those drugs are not being used for that purpose under Medicare Part D. So as a result, the Insurance Committee is recommending the following rate increases to the Select Board. For the town's retiree health insurance plans effective December 1st, 25, excuse me. To the Blue Cross Blue Shield MedX plan, which is a Medicare supplemental plan that includes a self-funded medical plan and a fully insured federally subsidized Medicare Part D prescription drug plan. The insurance committee is recommending a 10.3% rate increase, which equates to an additional $24.70 per month for both the retiree or the subscriber and the town, because it's cost shared 50-50. And for the Blue Care Medicare PPO Blue Freedom RX, our newest plan, where we went from 25 subscribers when we first rolled it out. Now we have 57 subscribers. A Medicare Advantage plan that includes a fully funded medical plan with a federally funded Medicare Part C and D plan. The recommendation is a 20.8% increase, which is an additional $45.63 per month for both the retiree and the town. And so once the Select Board review the rates and vote, the rate sheet will be finalized. I'll put together a memo for our retirees, communicate with them, and then we will have an open enrollment in November, from November 1st to November 30th. And we will have a benefit fair at the Senior Center on November 13th from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m.
Questions from the board? Mike?
Just for my understanding and also for the public's, what is the cost currently for retiree benefits? What was it last year? What are we estimating this year?
I can tell you, I've broken it out into a summary. Let me see if I can find it. So today, so last year, you voted, hold on one second. So last year's vote resulted in the cost of MedX2 for the retiree per month is $239.74. The cost of
Jeannie, I'm sorry. As part of our budget, what we allocate for benefits.
Who's looking for the big number?
The big number.
I don't have the big number.
Okay, you don't, off the top of your head,
It
what it was
runs
last
about
year?
$1.2 million per month for
Per month.
for costs.
Is for
That's not
just
just for retirees.
Nope, that's all in. That's the biggest number. I
at
don't-
some point, rather than putting you on the spot, could you break down what it is for the retiree benefits versus?
Sure. Anecdotally, I can say that the town had the wisdom in 2007 to adopt the section of Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, where we require our retirees who are over the age of 65 to enroll in Medicare Part A and Part B. So in doing so, we have shifted 80% of the costs to the federal government. So we're left paying 20% of the costs for our retiree plans. So now we have a Medicare supplemental plan, which is MedX2, which we've had. We had MedX1, and now we have MedX2. So the prescription drug plan was carved in and then carved out, so that has always been a constant retiree plan. And then we had a HMO version of a retiree plan, which no one was enrolled in. So there wasn't an appetite for that plan. So we did roll out a new Medicare Advantage plan, which is our Medicare PPO Blue Freedom RX plan. So the costs are as limited as they can be under the law for all involved.
And I'm just trying to understand how we're budgeting for the rising costs of health costs. And it just, it keeps going up. I know we had the woman come in and explain that it's just skyrocketing throughout the state.
It is.
But I think it's important for the public to understand how that's impacting our budget, because this is one line item that at the bottom that we're kind of, we pay. It's
Right.
not, it's something that needs to be paid, and I just want to make sure that we're being fiscally kind of responsible responsible going forward
Mm-hmm.
to attack this head on, because people are living longer, the costs are going up, and I'm just concerned about that. I know that you are too, and so is the insurance committee.
Right.
But and I hear all this. I think it's just important to hear the hard numbers and like what it's going up each year, percentage-wise.
So I can tell you that you're right. This isn't a Duxbury. This isn't a situation that's unique to Duxbury. There is a national crisis as relates to health insurance, and that is what the study from Cook and Company presented to us.
Correct.
And I am constantly staying abreast of the information relative to that. So earlier this month, I attended a Massachusetts Municipal Association Health Insurance Cost Forum meeting in Rentham. And the information that they shared there was consistent. And what we're doing as a municipality is we're working with Blue Cross Blue Shield and our consultant to understand what our claims experience is. And what we're doing is we're taking our claims experience, we're looking at medical trend, and we are making our rate recommendations based on those two factors. And we're doing it in the most conservative way possible. We've actually had several, unlike many municipalities, we have excellent, we have the most optimum cost share that's recommended for municipalities. So our active employees are 75%, 25% split. So the town pays 75% of the cost and the employee pays 25%. Retiree is 50-50. And what I heard at this forum is that there are actually some municipalities in Massachusetts who don't have deductibles and don't have co-payments, and they haven't made the incremental changes that we are constantly making to our plans in order to make them as affordable as possible for the town and the employees. And last year I was joined during this very meeting by several retirees who are quite sharp, and so is our employee population. And they're constantly challenging the town and the HR department to provide, the best plans and the best value available. So and that's what the insurance committee is designed to do as well. We have all the stakeholders at the table, and we're constantly examining this. So, and what the consultant said in their report is, for now, given our alternatives, which are the GIC, the Massachusetts Municipal, the GIC, the Mayflower Joint Purchase Group, and our insurance company, Maya, they have joint purchase arrangements. And it was fully examined that ours is the best option right now, but that is something that we will continue to visit in order to stay on top of these costs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have one question. I think, remember last year, you mentioned the retirees, and there was a conversation about ability to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you progressed that possibility?
I have, actually. So we were asked 4 questions last year at this time. So one of the questions was, is there an ability to do means testing?
Right.
Or
Yes.
to address health insurance through a sliding scale? And what I learned is that our retiree health insurance rates are already means tested by CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So when they do, we have a handful of retirees who benefit from that means testing. And then, so their health insurance plans on the federal level are adjusted. And then the rate that the town of Duxbury charges them is similarly adjusted by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay.
So that is happening. But that's something that's constantly changing. So when Social Security COLA changes and the cost of Medicare Part B may change this year, All of those means testing criteria will continue to adjust. So it will continue to be examined on a regular basis. And then another question was, could we explore less expensive Blue Cross Blue Shield or other retiree health insurance plans? And the answer is, we did examine that through the kind of the state of our health insurance report that was delivered in March. And again, we determined that for the most part, we are doing better where we are. And we don't have the ability to carve out the retiree plans to go someplace else. So it all has to be active employees and retirees at the same time. But what retirees do have the ability to do is they can meet with a Shine counselor at their local council on aging. It doesn't have to be Duxbury. It could be Duxbury. Plymouth has a great Shine counselor as well. And you can meet with a Shine counselor and determine, they can help you look at the plan that you're currently in and compare it to the thousands of other Medicare plans that are available. I know someone who used to work for the town of Duxbury. When she retired, she went and met with a Shine counselor in Plymouth. The Shine counselor actually got her a break on her Medicare Part B premium and introduced her to free Medicare supplemental plans that are available to everyone. So it takes a little bit of legwork, but there are some cost-saving alternatives available outside of the town of Duxbury as well.
And I think there were two retiree teachers that were there. So obviously they're up to speed with what you've found out, and they've been provided that information, right? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
And I will revisit those questions in my retiree communication that will be going out this month.
All right. Thank you, Jeannie. Mike.
Just to follow up, Jeannie, I just want to confirm these numbers are correct. It looked like it was last year you recommended $16.9 million, about well over 15% of our budget for employee benefits. Retiree and employee health insurance was $8.7 million was the recommendation. Is that those numbers accurate?
I don't know off the top of my head.
About?
They sound like they're in the ballpark.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about here. Okay.
Yep. Yes.
Anything else on the board?
Nope.
Jeannie, thanks to you and the committee for beating up on the costs all day long. I know that's
I appreciate it.
An unending task, but I don't know that folks appreciate the work that goes on behind the scenes in terms of, we see that costs continue to escalate, and of course nobody wants an increase, but this is nothing specific to Duxbury. Duxbury's done very well in terms of controlling those ridiculous costs. Not to put you on the spot, but are you able to speak at all about the opportunity Duxbury is availing itself of for outside auditing for our healthcare costs and prescriptions in particular? I think
Yes.
That's a real highlight of savings.
Thank you for bringing that up. I actually was working on that project today. So, and I did bring the insurance committee agenda with me so that I can refer to some other programs that we're exploring that employees and retirees might not be aware of. So the insurance committee recently voted to explore a pharmacy benefit manager option. So what the pharmacy benefit manager can do is they can audit our current pharmacy benefits through Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're not able to carve our pharmacy benefits out of Blue Cross Blue Shield because we don't have enough people participating in our plans. The threshold is about 1,000 and we're just below that. So the next best thing is to hire a pharmacy benefit plan manager to make recommendations based on our claims experience and our prescription drug usage to ensure that Blue Cross Blue Shield is adhering to the contract and that they are making use of all of the available benefits that are within that contract. And they basically, the net gain is that there is a cost associated with that service. But if the service doesn't achieve savings that exceed the cost, there is no cost. So there's a lot of data analysis that goes on. So I just had KP Law review the proposal, and I got it back to Cook and Company today with our insurance committee red lines and town council's tracked changes as well. So the data analysis is so intense it'll probably take about 3 months. So it's something that we are eager to get started on. And then some of the other things that we take advantage of.
Before you go on with that, Jeannie,
yes.
just, with respect to the audit, the question, of course, there is not whether we'll find savings, but how much.
Right.
Because I remember sitting through the presentation, it was pretty clear that there's a lot of opportunity, given all of the piles and piles of paper that go along with healthcare, as we all know. From just one doctor's office visit, you get a stack of papers. Just think of all the prescriptions that everybody has. Now somebody's going to go through all that
right.
and make sure they're coded correctly and they're priced correctly and all that
right.
stuff. So there's some real potential there.
Yes, and I think thank you, and I think that's one of the challenges of our healthcare system, is that I think a lot of the savings can be found in the administrative efforts. In addition to that opportunity, we're exploring. We already have pharmacy benefit plans, our programs in force with Blue Cross Blue Shield. We have Pillar RX, which so far we have a $52,000 savings. In this plan year, we have an agreement with CVS for a medical cost avoidance, drug savings, pharmacy advisor plan, and we review that quarterly. We have Sempre Health, which is an incentive-based medication adherence plan, and we review that quarterly. And we also have an international drug provider in Canna RX. So individuals who are on the town of Duxbury's health insurance plans, who are on brand name drugs that are on the formulary plan for Canna RX in the dosage that are on the it's like square peg, square hole. It has to fit perfectly. There are big benefits to the town and the subscriber in order to get those drugs through that plan provider. So we're taking advantage of all available options.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, may I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board accepts the recommended rate for Blue Cross Blue Shield Medics 2 and Medicare PPO Blue Freedom RX as presented.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion on the motion?
Nope.
Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. Jeannie, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Okay, next is the discussion pertaining to the current status of the Powder Point Bridge. We'll first hear from Charles Barnes and Paul Schumann from Simpson, Gumpertz, and Heger. And then I know you're all here for this, so we will hear from everybody who wishes to be heard this evening. But let's first listen to the presentation of the current status of the bridge.
Thank you. My name's Chuck Barnes. I'm with Simpson, Gumpertz, and Hager. We're doing the engineering work on the temporary repairs. I'm here with Paul Schumann over in the corner, who is my principal and the engineer in charge, or engineer of record for the project. I took this photo. I thought it was a really nice photo, and then I looked at these, and now I feel kind of humiliated. I should have just used a stock photo or something, but I think I'm just going to give you a little signal when we go to the next slide. Sure. Thanks. Okay, so briefly, we were asked by Rainey to come in and kind of explain to everyone, with everything that's going on, what we're doing, what's happening right now with the bridge. So I wanted to give a brief history of what we've been doing, what's been happening with this bridge in the past, what we're doing right now, and then what can be done long term. The specific questions that Rainey asked us to answer were what specifically is wrong with the bridge right now, what the problem is and how the town wants to address it, what it would cost to repair the existing bridge, and how long that repair would last. Next one, please. So just very briefly, some terminology, just so we're all in the, oh, I'm sorry, I also meant to mention, if it's okay, I would like to invite you to ask me questions while I'm talking if you don't understand something about the slides, because there's no sense you being confused in slide 3 all the way to the end. If it's a more general question, then I'd prefer that to be wait until the end. But if something doesn't make sense, I think feel free to speak up and ask. So some terminology. The thing we're going to be talking the most about is the piles, of course. Those are the vertical columns that you see. There's 5 of them. They extend about 25 feet down into the muck of the bay. But when you drive on the bridge, you're driving on a 3-inch thick wooden deck that is supported by stringers, and those are the beams that run along the bridge from pier to pier to pier. And then those sit on a cap beam that's over each pier, and that cap beam is then supported by the 5 piles that goes down to the ground. The braces don't carry load. They are just there to stiffen the bridge up so that it's stable in that direction. There are vehicular and pedestrian guardrails and sidewalk, of course. The piles that we're primarily most worried about are the piles, the first 4 on your left that are carrying the vehicular loads.
There's one thing for anyone that's looking at it.
You need to go to the microphone because everybody in the room can hear you, but we have a lot of folks who participate remotely, and that's the only way they can hear you.
One other piece from an engineering standpoint that has to be considered in repairs, I know other people are thinking about this, is the stringers are isolated. They run from bent line to bent line. So they're not continuous. And so it's kind of a system of sticks that kind of build up. Every span is its own individual span, which does impact a little bit of how you shore it up and replace and fix it. So that's just one engineering piece I thought I'd bring in.
Okay, just for clarification then, hang on a sec. Wait, sorry, hold on, just, you better stay behind, you better stay over there. So there's 110 spans.
Yes.
Right? So in between each span, you have these stringers, and they just connect from one span to the other span.
Yes.
All right, and then the next span has his own stringers, right?
Right. In fact, when it was built, each section was lifted in place individually because the piers were put in, and then the pile cap, and then each 20-foot long section was just lifted into place, and it's not directly connected to the next span.
But there has to be a connection. So how do you connect the individual spans together? How they must be connected, right?
Well, I mean, I guess they're connected in the sense that they're both bearing on the cap beam.
The cap beam.
Yes, but longitudinally, each section is not connected to the next one. They're independent.
So independent. Okay.
So they're both sitting on the same. They're both sitting on the same beam and connected to that beam.
Okay.
So in a way, they're connected, but they're not continuous.
They're not continuous. And they're not braced, so to speak. I'm trying to find the right word. They're not braced. You don't have a piece of wood or something holding them, bracing each one together.
Each other? No.
They're totally independent.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So briefly, this particular bridge was constructed in '86. In 2014, there was some significant deterioration, and so we attempted to, it was attempted by others to fiber wrap the piles to repair that deterioration, and 210 piles were wrapped. 1 year later, they noticed that those wrapped piles were experiencing damage. It appeared due to the ice in the bay that you can imagine if you have ice on the water and you have a tide, that ice is kind of grinding up and down the pile. It's not the same as ice on a lake. So there's a lot of mechanical wear on those. And so only 2 to 3 years later, that's when we were first involved with the project. They brought us in to evaluate those fixes, and we determined those fixes were actually accelerating the problem. They allowed water in the top of the fix and the bottom of the fix. But once water was kind of inside in the middle, it couldn't really rapidly escape. So as soon as you had a winter and it froze, all the water in there would expand, as ice does, and would kind of peel apart another tiny little layer of the pile, which would then send water through that and then expand and send water through that. So now I can't read, I think 2018 or 2019, we recommended that those fiber wraps be removed.
While you're talking about the fiber wrap, can I just jump in for a second? Do you mind?
Do you have a question?
I don't mind.
What he's saying?
Yes, I do.
We'll go to the microphone then.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. How you doing? On the fiber wrap, I happen to know that the circumstances pretty well. The fiber wrap out of San Diego, their local representative called me in my office and asked me to perform, asked if he could perform a mock-up in our lab in Cambridge. Knowing that, I asked, where is this going to take place? What bridge you're talking about? He said it's a bridge in Duxbury. Well, at that time, I didn't mention I lived in Duxbury. So they came to our lab. They needed 3 days to do the mock-up. I left my office upstairs and went downstairs to watch this being performed. The town of Duxbury was there. A couple of DOT workers, the DOT 5 was present. Everybody was there to witness the mock-up. When I saw it getting done, when I saw them pouring grout from the top down into the two jackets were independent and proud of the existing piling.
Peter, what's the question?
I'm getting to it.
Okay, we have a lot to go through.
Yes, I understand that, but I just want to set it right.
All right, let's get there.
The two jackets were proud of the existing piling, and they put grout in from the top down. That's, first of all, you don't do that. You know that. You start at the bottom. You pump the salt water out until you see the grout. I also asked him at that time, I said, on this grout, are you testing it in a lab, the 70 degrees relative humidity, you test them at 7, 14, and 28 days, make sure they're getting the compressive strength that's required, which I believe was 6,000 PSI for that grout. That did not happen. I asked for QC inspection during this, quality control. We did not provide it to the town. I asked for QA inspection, quality assurance. The town did not do it. Those jackets, I took photos down Bahia Mai Marina down to Fort Lauderdale and also in Naples Marina, boar infestation. It wasn't ice damage. The town was led to believe it was ice damage. I took 3 sets of photos from down in Florida, West Coast, East Coast, and Duxbury. I laid them out on the table at the town meeting. I asked everybody, what do you think? Where they said to me, where's that ice damage? I said, Florida. There's no ice in Florida. No, there's no ice in Florida. It's called boar infestation. Okay? They were misled that these piles were from ice damage, and it was boar infestation, which has gone on all over the country since 1972 with the Clean Water Act, when Nixon took place, 23rd Congress, passed the Clean Water Act, which now brings in boars to the shorelines. Clean Water Act is a great thing. But I'm just letting you know,
I think we've heard enough.
okay? Okay, I'm just letting you know that those jackets, and I told them at that time when they had pallets of the grout, bags of grout, on the shoreline, I was banging them, they were solid as a rock.
All right, Chuck, please continue, thank you.
Okay. In November of 2019, for the first time, MassDOT actually closed down one of the lanes on the bridge for a little while because during their inspection, they discovered a pile that they thought was basically completely gone. And so we designed an emergency repair so that we could open that lane back up. But by March of 2021, we basically had started designing a repair program, realizing that we couldn't just sit back and wait for an emergency every time. So in 2021 through this year, we have done 3 phases, and we are about to do a 4th phase of repairing piles that are in particularly bad shape according to MassDOT's inspection. So MassDOT basically has another independent marine engineering firm do a full bridge inspection. These things can be every 2 years, but as the status of the bridge gets worse and worse, we're now down to once every 6 months. So they come out twice a year in November and May and do a complete inspection of all the piles in the bridge, primarily for safety. It's a vehicle and pedestrian carrying bridge. They want to make sure it stands up. That pile rating system is rated from 1 to 4, with 1 being the best and 4 being the worst, except there actually is a 4+ that they kind of tack on. 4+ is the most severe problem. Our general approach to the repairs is their inspections will come out in May. We'll start looking in early fall about what piles of the ones that they've identified as problems, which ones we think are the worst of those, so that we can do construction over the winter. Obviously, the contractors don't like doing construction over the winter, but the problem is you have plovers nesting in the area, and the Conservation Commission won't let you do construction between April and September from the low tide mark up to the shore. The only place you could work in those times is just that little area that never gets exposed at low tide. So this way we can do a repair that is kind of under construction or about to be under construction in November when they come out and do another inspection. So the good news is if they find something in a November inspection that is an emergency, we can hop on it right there while the contractor's there. The thing that makes us nervous is, are they going to find something in May? And are they going to say it's serious enough that you have to close this lane of this bridge, or God forbid the whole bridge until that gets repaired? And there's really no time frame to do that until September. So the schedule has good things and bad things, but basically MassDOT can force the town to close a lane if they believe it's not safe to drive over some of the piles. If two piles next to each other are both in horrible shape, they could say there's no pile that you can drive over that's safe. You need to close the bridge down until that's repaired. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So far, MassDOT has said even the ones that we identify as 4+, will allow it to stay open until the next repair sequence, as long as you promise to do those during the next repair sequence.
Can I ask a question now, just quick? Okay, so I want, it's about this slide. Okay, if we go back to the next, and I'm quick. It says MassDOT hires independent marine firm to inspect the bridge. Okay, so our conversation that Alicia helped arrange with the Dan Tingley, he's saying that the marine engineering firms don't have enough specialization in wood to really make a sound judgment about our bridge. And I want to make sure that these guys, when they're here, have a chance to respond to that.
So, just so everyone knows, SGH, if you go look in some papers, we have studied the marine borers and the bacteria. That's the most common pile deterioration that you see in Boston. So we're fairly familiar. I'm not disparaging Dr. Tingsley. I don't know Dr. Tingsley. He's likely a good expert. We're aware of that deterioration mechanism, and it is very crucial to understand what's happening to piles if you're going to try to rehab or repair the bridge. If you're going to replace it, it's not as important to figure out exactly what's causing the deterioration to these timber piles. So that is not something we have gone through the exercise of identifying, but it is something that if a rehab effort was to try to go under, you would want to understand what was causing it so that you can fix it. I'll give you a little bit of technical piece, but marine borers don't like oxygen, and they will live in that tidal zone, but they can get down into the mud line up to the point where you can get the first few feet. Yeah. No,
okay.
Just a second.
Yeah, sure.
The bacteria causes deterioration over the whole height. So you can have bacterial deterioration of timber piles all the way down to the tip of the pile that's in the ground. It only affects the surface. So like you're looking at 1 inch to 2 inches of loss. The marine borers tend to be inside, and they can sort of eat up the entire pile. One of the issues with what we're seeing out here is if marine borers are present, we also have a problem of water getting inside, and also once water's inside, causing more problems. So every year we're seeing an increase in the deterioration. So I think it's a little bit potentially of both, but we have not we can't really get into the details because we have not studied these piles to know the exact cost.
Peter?
Yeah, real quick.
No, I have a suggestion.
I'm sorry.
To let these folks get through their slides.
exactly what he
Do you
was talking
want,
about.
do you want a copy of this so you can think about some
I already
questions
have
for the end? You have this whole slideshow?
Not this, no, I'll take that.
There you go.
I just want to let you know, we've dug down on these piles,
Okay.
and they were fine from the mud lying down, and also I'm doing a project in South Station. The piles are from 1896 with, Suffolk construction, you know
Yep,
that,
yep,
right?
yep.
Thanks.
And also, you'd mentioned me, in 1986, they went down 25 feet from the mud lying down. You're right now
Let's
test
go right
point.
ahead, you guys can take that outside. if
Yeah,
you
you're
need.
at test point right now,
Keep
you're
going
down to
with this
97
presentation.
feet to ledge. Why are you going down so deep now for 25 feet?
Chuck.
We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that. Let's stay on topic and then we can talk.
Yeah.
I can stay after and talk.
Thank you, buddy. One of my competitors.
Okay.
Can I ask, how does Mass DOT get involved in the town bridge?
just come up to the, please come up to the microphone if you have a question specific.
I have a quick question. How does Mass DOT get involved with the town bridge? They don't deal with our town roads, so I don't understand why Mass Dot is on our bridge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chuck, do you have an answer to that?
Depends on if you want me to hazard a guess or not. I believe
I don't want you to
No
have-
guessing.
they're responsible for that. Okay, then I don't know.
It's been a historical precedent where. Wait, Peter.
Peter.
Come on, just one person, the Renner Mead is talking.
I'm sorry. It's all right. They've always inspected the bridge ever since I've been here. I think they did it before my arrival.
Why don't we save that question for tomorrow night? Turn up tomorrow night.
They'll be here.
Ask them that question. And then you'll get it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
One second. Sheila, do you happen to know? I don't.
I have to say that the last time.
Wait. Please, pay respect for the people that we're recording this on video, right? We'd like to hear your words, so please get up to the microphone if you'd like to share something, please.
Sheila Scarzy, our DPW director, please
Yeah.
go right ahead.
I'm not sure if the question's about how is MassDOT involved in the replacement
No.
or just inspections.
Why is MassDOT?
MassDOT inspects all bridges over 10 feet every 2 years?
That answer will be provided tomorrow, okay?
I just want to say that I had questions in June and they never answered them, promised an email, so that my faith in them is very low.
Well, why not try again tomorrow and see if they answer at the meeting?
We will definitely get an answer.
Outstanding.
Okay, I think we probably beat this slide to death. But we understand and can answer questions about the current condition of the bridge. We can answer questions about how we're repairing that. We're not here as representatives of MassDOT about the new design or trying to decide tonight whether it's a new bridge or a replacement bridge or something. That's not what we're doing. We just want to make sure everybody understands why the temporary repairs are going the way they're going.
I think maybe the clarification is what we're trying to do is establish the current baseline of what's going on with the bridge, right? To make sure that everybody understands why we're embarking, well, why the DOTs come in and put this on the TIP project. And people are now entering the discussion, well, is there another alternative to that? Right. But the main point for tonight is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And I think that's what you're trying to describe. Is that right?
Right.
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so this is just kind of to give you an idea of what we're dealing with. The photo on the right, you can see there's actually an air gap now in one of the piles. It's deteriorated that much that not only can you kind of see through it, it's actually kind of wide. And this is one of the piles that MassDOT said you have to repair it this next time.
It's a pretty obvious statement that you've got to
Yeah.
repair it.
The,
If it's got a big hole in it.
Can't wrap a toothpick.
The pile on the right doesn't look too bad when you first look at it, but if you look closer at about mid-height of the picture, I should mention MassDOT took all these pictures. These are all pictures taken from their latest inspection report. Somebody stuck a ruler all the way through the pile.
Right.
That you can see each end. There's a gap there that's not just a couple inches deep. They've gone all the way through. Next slide. Here you can see some damage that's happening down near the water line. You're losing quite a bit of section of the pile. The way these typically we'd like to see them work is they're about 10 to 12 inches in diameter. You kind of expect some surface damage over the lifetime of the pile, but you rely on a solid core of wood in the center to basically take all the load after you've started to get a little bit of damage. Here you can see we're starting to lose that solid core. We're getting checks all the way through to the point where you can't really rely on that pile to carry much load anymore. On the right, I guess it's starting to get a little repetitive now, but we have the same issue of a very large vertical check in the pile. It's not just a crack, it's a gaping hole where wood used to be. If you can go back one, that's like the one interesting one. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's actually the one after. Here you can see an even bigger, like the pile is actually starting to split at the top. And we've got some section loss in this other pile, but the next slide, this is interesting only because it's different. Almost all the damage we're seeing is at the water line. There is some dry rot in this bridge and at the top of the pile sometimes. And here you can see it's rotting away and you're basically losing the bearing of the cap beam on top of the pile.
Can I just ask a quick, very quick?
Yeah.
Tingley says that there's no such thing as dry rot. I'd like to give them a chance to respond to that.
Okay.
Houston, real quick, that same exact.
Wait, Peter, remember, get up to the microphone. Peter, please.
I'm sorry. On top of all these piles and caps, it requires a cap. So weather doesn't get down from the top down into them. They put 16-ounce LCC, you can coat them on the cap, put them on the top. Now they're using PVC crowns on top of it with stainless steel hose clamps. You know that, right? Because I'm studying a walk down at P-Town right now for the trustees of Provincetown. They have the same issues going on. All right? Thank you.
So I would say that whether you call it dry rot or deterioration is probably not material. What we're concerned with is that we're losing bearing area, and the force that you apply has to act over an area. So again, we are not forensically, which we can do, but we're not forensically spending the town's money to figure out every exact mechanism, because that would be a pretty large expense on the engineering side, and we're trying to just be as efficient as we can to get the most repairs done. So I would say Dr. Tingsley and I should talk offline, and we can figure out the right terminology, but what's the real issue is losing area, and the stress goes up. As you take the force and you divide by the area, your stress goes up, and you have allowable bearing, so you have to be careful.
Thank you.
I believe there's
Peter.
Yeah, there's 550.
No, come on, Peter.
I didn't recognize you.
19 of them right now have.
Wait. We haven't got to the end of the presentation, Peter, for heaven's sakes.
Chuck, go ahead.
They'll get to that.
Okay, so this, I think my thunder's been stolen because we talked about most of this. I guess Paul just gave the first bullet point. The second bullet point, I don't think we're as convinced that only one mechanism is at play. I think probably several mechanisms are interacting with each other. That might be why it's happening faster. Marine borers and bacteria and other biological agents is a big one. Usually we have to worry about a few feet above the high tide and a few feet below the mud line for the marine borers, and then as Paul mentioned, the bacteria can hit the whole length. There is some chemical reactions that go on just with seawater, and you'd almost want to call it corrosion, but it's not because it's wood. But the seawater and the ionization can damage the wood. We do think that there is some scraping going on those piles when there is sea ice and tides. And then, like I said, I don't think this was the original cause, but when you have damage due to marine borers or to scraping or something like that, that allows the water to get in, and then that does keep working on itself. So I wouldn't say that freeze-thaw damage is what caused everything, but once you have damage from other sources, freeze-thaw damage is accelerating the problem. And then, now I say dry rot in writing, so you can prove I said it, but you have damage that is happening above the water line that is deteriorating the wood and making it so it can't support load. So MassDOT, when they have their inspectors do these, they call something a state 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4 plus. 1 and 2 is pretty good. 3 is a pile with more than minor damage. Their terminology is a little weird. I would just call it moderate damage. But it's still capable of carrying load. A condition 4 is severe damage that they would like to see repaired. And a condition 4 plus basically requires immediate damage. They have been willing to kind of wait a maximum of 6 months, but they really insist that that get taken care of the next time that it can be. Yeah, that's it. So let me just finish my thought. What we've been trying to do is prioritize those 4 pluses so that we definitely repair those every year. And then we basically repair as many class 4s as we have money for. And then any additional class 4s that we don't have money for have to wait till the next step. And the way we pick which class 4s to do is we go out ourselves, kind of do a double check to MassDOT's inspection, and kind of do triage and pick what we think are the worst piles to repair first.
Chuck, I have a question, then Steve, I'll recognize you. When you say repair, unless you're going to get to this in the presentation, what do you mean by repair? That's exactly my question. Oh, all right, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, we may not get to that, so I'll clarify. At the very beginning, we had a lot of quick, simple fixes, and it was a repair where we would just put steel brackets up that would carry that cap beam and transfer it to the pile after the damage. So the damage would be up high, and we'd have a steel bracket carry the load from the cap beam down below that.
Okay.
That was cheap, and we could fix a lot of piles that way. We used up all the piles that we could fix that way about the first year. So since then, we've really only been doing 2 types of repair. If it's a relatively short column, we've just been cutting it at the mud line, getting rid of it at the top, and replacing it with a steel column, with a steel tube, and drilling it into the remaining wood pile down below and anchoring it to the top. Once you get below the low tide line, you really have no choice but to put 2 replacement piles in. So we place 1 pile next to the damaged pile, we put another new one on the cross, put a cross beam across there, and that's what's carrying the cap beam. And we just ignore in fact, we cut off the damaged pile. Okay. So we're replacing 1 pile with 2. And that's a lot of what we're doing these days because we've already done the low-hanging fruit.
May I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
And that it's on page 15, you say that the average cost of that type of repair that you just described is between $25,000 and $30,000?
It has been, yes.
And did I also just hear you say that there are no other piles that can be repaired in that fashion?
No, there are none or very few of the piles that we can use the relatively cheap steel braces. We've addressed all the ones that have that type of damage.
Thank you.
The type of damage that we have now is almost exclusively down at near the water line.
Chuck, let me just add. The reason why we can't use those other repairs, we need enough of the timber below to anchor into to get the load transferred. Yeah. And so if we're not given the opportunity to have something to tie into, it's difficult to sort of sister beside it. But we can usually drop 2 sister piles in all the locations, which is what a lot of the repairs have been. There was a question in the back. Is it able to take this?
Yeah. Go ahead, yeah.
I can bring this to you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Shirley Jenkins, 17 Thairway Lane. This isn't about the pilings. Is there any possibility that we could get relief from the federal government regarding the plovers? There are other places the plovers could go for a season. And I'm just wondering if we have to be shut down on working on our project completely by that situation. Is there any chance that the federal government would release us?
I think you'd make a lot of friends if you could make that happen.
That's for
I think
sure.
that's,
Join my
Shirley,
team,
that's
Mrs.
maybe a question you can bring up to the DOT representatives tomorrow night. Good question.
But they're state, they're the, DOT is the state, and that's a federal.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question.
Can I just ask a quick question, because I want to give them a chance to respond to what's going to come later if Mr. Tingley comes, Dr. Tingley comes. So Dr. Tingley said that those steel replacements that you had hurt the wooden bridge, and that there's better ways than the sister piles to fix the pilings. He wanted, the one he recommended was, excuse my terminology, but whittling away the piling so you just had the core of the piling that was still remaining, and then taking two pressure-treated timber like halves, you put it on this, you go way down below the mud line, and you have then a new piling that is pressure treated. And I just wanted to give them a chance to respond to what they think about that.
Can you answer that, Chuck, or Paul?
Yeah, very, very briefly, I guess the problem is, we didn't show you a picture of every pile, but there are a lot of piles where there's nothing left. For piles where there is something left, those are primarily what we would guess that MassDOT would call a Type 3. And we're just not at a point where we can afford to start repairing Type 3s because we're busy spending all our money repairing Type 4s. And to kind of, I guess I probably did it out of order, but I want to emphasize the reason we're doing that is because we're desperately trying to keep the bridge open every year in the summer at least. And we're playing it's a race against increasing damage to the bridge. So there are good quality piles. There's some there that are really good that you could do something like that. But we're in crisis mode, and we're dealing with the piles that there's almost nothing left.
Well, why don't we keep going with the presentation?
This is
just to be-
exactly what he was talking about. I
Okay.
just wanted to.
Just get up to the microphone then.
Yes, I will. If the piling is good down at the mud line, below the mud line, could you use that as a caisson and walk in a synthetic pile? The caisson would be constructed of two gusset plates on the side and a back plate, and dumped and then brought down on top of the existing piling. And all you do is walk in a synthetic in place without even going from the top down. Also, as you probably know, when a barge comes into town and all the projects I've done, they get 2 to 3 hours worth of work, especially in a bay like this, tidal work. Then they have to work at night in order to get an 8-hour day. That is, if you understand, when that empties out the bay, barges can't float around. So the companies only get 2 to 3 hours. One company I spoke to, as far as putting the sister piles in, he told me, is a very reputable company, said, sister piles are not necessary. We can put one pile there and get the same results. Thank you.
Peter, what was that called? The solution you had?
One pile.
But what would,
No, a caisson. You use the existing pile from the mud line down, you drop a caisson on top. Caissons are used.
can you go back to the microphone?
You know that.
I think they want everybody
The
to be.
two-pile solution.
Yeah, so a caisson typically will surround
Yes.
the pile. You try to lock it in.
Yeah.
We're trying to take the gravity load, so we'll definitely we would have to anchor in to the timber below. You would be dredging, and you'd be doing other work to get to that connection point on a lot of the piles, which there are definitely lots of, like if we were going through a comprehensive rehab effort, there would be lots of different alternatives that you'd try to consider. What we've been trying to do is get triage to make sure the bridge is open every summer for everybody, and so we've been doing as much, getting as much repairs done as possible with temporary solutions. Not solutions that we would give you a long design life like a new bridge that you would expect to have. These are getting you 5 to 10 years so that we can get to the bigger project.
Right.
Okay.
And then, just so everyone knows, we're going to show you the number of 3s, the number of 4s, 4 pluses, so you can kind of see that it's building up behind Like there's sort of a large number of number 3 building up.
So that table is going to show the current state
Yes.
of
Yes.
the bridge.
In fact, you can see it on the back of your.
That's right, yeah.
We do have like 6 slides here. Can we hold the questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, so well, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is a busy slide, but I think it's worth spending a little time explaining what we're looking at. This is a plan view of the bridge. It's a really long bridge, so I had to break it up into 3 strips. So it starts over in the west abutment up at the top left, comes over to a match line A that we meet it with the left side of the middle line, match line B, and then it comes down and eventually hits the east abutment. So that's Pier 1, that's the one on the town side, and then it comes 2 cycles through and ends on the beach side down here. The little rectangles, each rectangle is a pile. If I had an unlimited AV budget, I would have made them circles and they'd have been pretty, but these are basically just Excel cells that I've colored in. But hopefully you can envision that each, there's 5 piles. Each of these lines is 5 cells deep because each one's a pile, and then it just runs across this way. Each cell this way is a pier. The cells in purple are the cells that we've already repaired. So those are in good shape. I'll talk a little bit about how long.
When you say purple, I don't know if everybody can see the pictures there. It looks kind of, is that red on the screen?
It might look red on this project. I promise it was purple on my monitor.
It's the ones that aren't green or blue or yellow.
Right.
Or yellow. Okay.
Yeah.
The dark purple,
All right.
I'll
Thank
say.
you.
The blue and green cells are the cells that you don't need to worry about right now. They're the 1s and the 2s. They're in decent shape, not perfect, but decent shape. Some of them are deteriorating, but they're doing it slowly. The cells that are circled in red, that again used to be a light purple, but it didn't show up that well. The ones that are in red are the ones that we plan on repairing this phase, this fall and winter. The ones that kind of have an odd shading to them are the ones that are 4+ that MassDOT insists that we repair. The others are the ones that we think we can afford with the budget we've been given to repair as well. The yellow piles, no, sorry, I'm out of order. The orange piles, yeah, they look orange there, I hope. The orange piles are the ones that MassDOT has called a 4, but we don't have the budget to repair this year. So those are the ones that are going to stay a 4 for 1 more year. And then all the yellows are stage 3, which you would kind of normally say, that's fine. Stage 3, it's still fine. But all of those yellow cells are 1 horrible winter away from becoming 4s. And so, so far, fingers crossed, they haven't all become 4s like at once. But that is the library of piles that can become 4s kind of at any moment.
Right.
I think, if you skip to the next slide, I think it's got a table with some numbers on it. There we go. So these are the results of the MassDOT inspections for the last few years. For example, if you look down at the very bottom from the May inspection, they found 175 of the piles are state 3. There are 37 state 4 piles, which we would like to repair if we had all the money in the world. And there are 6 4+ piles that we just absolutely have to fix. The numbers next to those in parentheses are the number of piles since the last inspection that have become worse. So again, for example, at the bottom cell, 6 of the state 3 piles used to be 2s back in November and have become 3 in the 6 months since then. 5 of the category 4s were category 3s last November, and whatever. And because we're doing it every year, all 6 of the 4+ became 4+ since the last thing. So if you crunch the numbers, you've averaged about 10 to 15 piles per year, changing from category 3 to 4. I'm sorry, changing from category 2 to 3, or changing from 3 to 4. There was a blip in November of 2024, where suddenly we got 14 new type 4s just in 6 months.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an aberration. And what keeps me up at night is future aberrations that there's no way we can plan for, but that could cause significant problems, especially if the aberration is 4s changing to 4 pluses.
The four pluses would be the piles that we saw with no wood left.
Right.
The year before, there would have been wood in there, because they wouldn't have been rated as a 4+, but then over that one winter, it lost it. And that's where we think there's also a component to the water that's now making things worse after the deterioration's happened.
Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, so the costs. There are 555 piles in this bridge. Eventually, and I'm asking that word to do a lot of work, but eventually all of those would need to be replaced. Timber doesn't last forever. We've been able to kind of sort of keep up with the damage, but we haven't been able to get ahead of the damage, the rate of damage. Each of these sister piles repairs is $25,000 to $30,000. That doesn't translate well into a large-scale repair program. If we had millions of dollars each year, the unit cost would be lower because there's a lot of work involved in getting the barge to the site and get everything set up. That's true whether you're replacing 1 pile or 50. So if you could get more done at a time, the unit cost would go down, but it wouldn't go down dramatically. A lot of the cost is just the effort of actually driving it into place and buying the pile. And once you've amortized the price of the barge over a certain number of piles, you don't really gain a benefit by spreading it out over even more.
Repair gets us about 10 years.
Well, I'm going to get to that. Yeah, ish. I guess I've already said most of this, the rest of this slide. We have not been able to keep up, or we've been able to kind of tread water. We're kind of able to repair about the same number of piles as switch each year, with the exception of last November, which threw us into kind of a big backlog. As you could see from the sketch, there's a lot of yellow there. There's a lot of potential future damaged, deteriorated piles needing replacement. So on top of everything else you guys are dealing with, we also suggest that you increase the appropriation for the annual repairs so that we can keep up with the rate of deterioration we're seeing. I want to make very clear, we are not marketing this as a long-term approach. We're not marketing this as the way you should save the bridge. This is a way to keep the bridge open for another year while a replacement or a repair or something like that can be planned and implemented and designed and built. But you can't just keep doing this for years and years and years and think you've solved the problem.
Yeah.
If nothing else, eventually the repairs we design are also going to start deteriorating. Next slide. So this was built in '86. It was used special tropical hardwood piles that were supposed to resist deterioration, and I believe at the time the designer said they thought you could get about 75 years out of them. You obviously haven't. And I guess, I apologize, I've already forgotten his name, but I guess this is where we kind of disagree with Dr. Tingley. It has been our experience when designing timber piling for wharves and bridges and everything, you can get a lot of life out of a timber pile, but you can't reliably get a lot of life out of a timber pile. You can have 2 piles that look similar, and one of them is going to deteriorate in 20, 30 years. The other one's going to look okay in 50 years. And I'm glad we're ending because I'm about to lose my voice. So we don't think that a solution is to cut the bad wood out and replace it with good wood. You're just postponing the problem. These current repairs, we say in the documents, they're intended to last 5 to 10 years to buy you time to figure out what you want to do and then do it. We've looked at the quality of the timber pile that we did back in 2019 and 2021. They're in decent shape. So I think that 10 years can probably be considered a minimum. But there is a little bit of damage to those piles that are only like 4 years old. They don't look pristine. And so I don't know how much beyond 10 years you could really rely on. I think it might be the last slide, isn't it?
Chuck, can I comment on
Yes,
that?
you can.
And some of that stems from a detailing practice and a treatment. And so we are really trying to provide a cost savings for something that's only going to be there for a little while. Right now, the approach has been keep you using the bridge in the summer and try to save as much money as possible for whatever the solution ends up being. To change that and to start trying to implement this in a bigger scale for long term, the cost is going to go up because we need to do some different detailing to make sure that they last longer.
Okay, thank you.
That's why there's 10 years. And you know, I talked to one of our marine experts in the West Coast, and he said his experience has been that, you can lose them in 20 years, and sometimes they're lasting up to 30. But he felt like 20 to 30 was a reasonable new pile.
All right, thank you.
Amy?
This whole approach seems very penny wise and pound foolish to me. Was there ever an opportunity, or is it just simply impossible to have replaced the rotted or the structures that needed to be replaced? Instead of sistering them, could they not have been replaced with a similar product to what was originally there, thus extending the life of that? Now that piece is repaired and it's going to give us 20 or 30 or 40 years instead of this 5-year approach.
There, especially the shorter piles, we could certainly do that. In fact, we're doing that, replacing some of it with steel. The problem comes once you go below the water surface, like permanently, like below low tide, you really can't mess with the bottom of that pile without building a little cofferdam or something around it so it can be dry, so that you can investigate it, so you can repair it. So we really don't think there's much of an option in the wet than sister piles, because you really have to drive a new pile. Somebody said today they looked and the quality of the pile below the mud line was good. I have no idea if that's correct or not, but we don't have any reason to believe it's good or bad, but we can't just assume it's good. So we're concerned about piles with the bottom of them below low tide, doing anything really besides doing a sister pile connection.
Mike?
I knew you wanted
Can I
to
add
add
one thing to that question,
Go ahead.
which is, I had brought up early, I kind of interrupted Chuck, and I wanted to bring up the fact that this is built every span by itself.
Yeah.
And so if you were to pull off 2 spans, and now you expose the cap beam, you still can't drive a new pile where the old ones are. You can sometimes drive them in and push them over. You do run the risk of impacting the properties of the soils down below. And if you were to remove all 5 piles, you've now disturbed, they're embedded in the ground, and you've pulled them out of the ground. You disturb the soil. I talked with our geotech before I came here to make sure I could confidently talk about geotechnical issues, and she was very concerned about that approach. You would need to let the soil reconsolidate. What you could do is leave the piles in place, and you could possibly think about driving new piles mid-span between the bays, but then you are completely shifting the geometry of the bridge, and so it really becomes a big project, and it quickly approaches a very large project that the town just did not have the money at the beginning when we were making the decisions on this repair approach. That would be not using the bridge, and probably still not using the bridge as we're trying to get all of those repairs implemented, if that makes sense. It would be a long process, but it could happen.
Right. Rainey, can you help me understand the financials of this for this current year? We had it at 300,000. Do we have any idea what an ask might be for next year's town meeting? Would it be a special town meeting article? I know it's very early, but have we done this in the special before, or was it part of the regular budget?
It's part of the capital budget.
Has there been a discussion at all about what the FY27 ask would be for those repairs?
We only just barely started discussing that a couple weeks ago.
But more than 300,000?
Sheila, do you remember what we had put in? I think we were trying to increase it.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is Chuck's last slide, just so you know.
Okay.
Right now, I've plugged in 500,000 for FY27, but recent discussions with Chuck, we may want to ask for as much as 700,000 if we want to continue this
Yeah,
approach.
but again, it's such a short-term fix. This is huge money for a little gain. It seems to me that we need to look bigger picture.
Yeah, it's basic.
That's,
I mean, Amy, that's the whole point right here,
yeah,
right?
and just as a follow-up, and this is a kind of to all of you, if there's a significant repair or replacement of this bridge is not done in 27, what are we looking at in 28 and 29?
That's right.
Perfect segue.
Is that the last slide?
Yep.
I think it is.
Okay.
I mean, if
Jump
that's
to the last slide then.
It's if that's not a rhetorical question, the answer is I don't know, because it depends on how many piles got worse enough over that year or over that 6 months to become piles that we need to repair. If we're lucky, it'll be less than 60. Maybe it'll go back to 300,000.
Okay.
If we're unlucky, maybe it'll be more.
Okay.
Like I said, I live in fear of the year when MassDOT says, "Oh my God, what a horrible winter." You've got 44 new Class 4 piles, and there doesn't seem to be a way to predict it ahead of time.
There's maybe the actuary here. What do you expect?
Well, so what I want to sort of let the town sort of think about, because it's really your bridge and your, like, how you manage it is going to be up to you all. But you run the risk of not being able to use the bridge if you're not doing these types of repairs. And you can do another kind of repair, but you're still going to be at the mercy of how much deterioration happens as you're trying to get them implemented. And so the risk of trying to save more money now and do a bigger project runs the risk of not using the bridge, and that can be a decision that the town makes, which is, not ours to make. But that would be sort of the pros and cons of weighing this. At some point, it becomes unsafe for a licensed engineer to let you all walk and drive, and you put your family members on this. I have looked at buildings that have fallen down. I have seen what happens, and I won't let that happen to you all. So it's something to make sure that you consider, which is if we want to use the bridge, we've got to make sure it's safe for you. And while it's not being repaired or replaced, we've got to keep making it safe, or we've got to close it. And if you can decide if you want to make a big rehab project or a new bridge, that's something that you work out with Mass DOT and yourselves. But as long as we're looking at it, we've got to make sure it's safe for you. So that's,
Amy and Rainey.
So I realize this is a big expenditure for these short-term fixes, kind of pile by pile. I did watch when Ms. Babcock first mentioned Dr. Tingley to the board. She had sent us a webinar. So I did watch that webinar, and it was extremely informative. He certainly seems to know what he's talking about. But one of the things he did say, and one of the things that I've been concerned about since watching the webinar, was that every time different people work on the bridge or do testing of the pilings and the structures of the bridge, the impact of that, there's a risk associated with water getting in, as you've mentioned, and different bacterias and all kinds of things. So is there a risk, as we're talking about, trying to keep the bridge open, and could we possibly be doing more harm, unintended as it may be, to the overall integrity?
I don't believe so, because the piles that we're repairing are already essentially gone. If we were going to do testing somewhere, I think the damage that we would cause by doing testing would be noise in the signal. You've got more than enough problems to worry about already. It would not be a significant increase in damage if we were boring holes or something to do some testing. But, yes, when we're putting brackets in, we're damaging that portion of the wood, but we're putting those brackets in so a much, much, much worse portion of the wood isn't asked to do the work anymore. So I think you are damaging it, but it's a price that you have to pay if you don't want to just replace that pile altogether. So yeah, they're drilling 7/8 inch diameter holes all the way through the pile so they can put a bolt through. That's allowing more water to get there, but it's also allowing you to keep relying on that pile for a short period of time.
It's a trade-off.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure Chuck covered the last slide.
Questions is the last one. Oh, this one?
No, this one, right here.
Oh, yeah, the bottom of the slide. Yes. So Paul kind of stole my thunder anyway here, and I think he talked about this, but if we were to just stop these periodic repairs and say it's piecemeal, it's a waste of money, we're not going to do it, at most you'd have 1 year before I think the bridge would be closed. 6 months, the first time MassDOT saw a 4+ and we didn't repair it, they would close whatever lane that was on. The next time you get a 4+ in the other lane, they would close the bridge. And I'm not really trying to treat them like the big bad wolf. We would agree with them. If you have piles like that basically have no capacity, we don't want traffic driving over that either. Somebody, I wish I could remember who, asked if we could basically convert it to a pedestrian bridge. If you stop doing these repairs, it could be a pedestrian bridge for a few years. But eventually you have to have enough good piles to actually hold the bridge itself up.
Right.
And when you get 2 or 3 in a row that are all bad, it won't even be able to hold what we're calling its dead load, its own weight up. And then you have to close that to pedestrians. And I don't know if I said it down. Yeah. Once it's closed to pedestrians, you can't just walk away and say, well, it was fun while it lasted. You actually have to spend the money to demo the bridge because it's a navigation hazard. You can't just have abandoned, rotting timber members just sitting in the middle of the bay without being repaired or replaced. So I understand completely that doing this piecemeal is not optimal. It's what you have to do if you want to be able to drive on the bridge next summer. And then what you have to do is decide what long-term solution you want to do and do that. But I don't know of any way that you could have the bridge open to people without making these repairs until a more permanent solution's found.
I will just add from a timing standpoint, the quicker that can happen, the less money you're going to spend.
Yeah.
You're going to have to rip the Band-Aid off and do something big, but the quicker, the better in terms of reducing the cost.
Yeah. I think for me, Chuck, this is really good, right? You've nothing better than a picture.
Yeah.
All right. When you look at the Class 1 blue, those are perfect piles. There's not many blues.
Right.
All right. You've got a ton of greens and yellows, right? And yellows could be next season could be the 4 and 4+, right? So, yeah, it's we need to do something with this bridge. We need to decide.
Yeah, I'm trying to be fair. Not all of those yellows are going to become 4s right away, but each one has the potential to do it.
Yep.
And they are going to continue to do that.
Right, and that to me also clarifies. Mr. Dalton mentioned 19. I know that the figure 19 was mentioned at a couple of meetings ago, but this presents the true picture of the current state of the bridge and what needs to be done on a temporary basis, but really we need to accelerate and figure out what we want to do on a long-term basis for this bridge.
Yes.
And by the way, I'll make sure that presentation's on the town's website tomorrow, along with the white paper that SGH provided to us.
And do we provide, I mean, do we have contact information for the town? I guess she knows how to get a hold of us, so. if you
Yeah.
Address the questions to the town. we can-
I just wanted to ask a
Well,
question.
no,
Come up to the,
not yet, hold on,
oh,
hold on,
sorry.
hold on. Do we have any questions from the board?
I'm good.
Randy, was there anything else that you wanted to share?
That was it. Thank you.
Has anybody not addressed us who would like to do so before we hear from people who've already addressed us? All right, please go ahead.
Okay, this was just pertaining, if we had Judith Kiplinger, Pilgrim Byway. I just kind of wanted to echo what Amy was asking, because it seems like what you were doing was what you were hired to do, in terms of coming up with short-term solutions. What I understand, and I'm not a bridge expert, I'm just learning along the way, that Dan Tingley talks about is that sometimes those fixes do more damage, and that's kind of your point. But I think if we could make some different fixes, and from what I understand, from what Dan said on Friday night, they're less expensive, but they're earmarked more towards repairing and fixing the bridge, where this solution is just to get us to the point where we demolish the bridge and put a steel and concrete one in its place.
No, I disagree with that comment, right? Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not allowed to
I
do that,
thought
am I?
that's what
You
they
can do
said.
whatever you want. Yeah.
No, I think, just be clear, right? What our engineers are trying to do that we've hired, all they're trying to do is keep the bridge open for 1 year by doing a repair to address the really bad ones. That's all they're doing.
Understood.
Okay, and so if you want to do something different, right, that's the conversation we need to get into with Mr. Tingley or the DOT to do something different, to address all the yellows.
Yes.
All these yellows need to be addressed because they at some point will become green and they'll become blue in a very short space of time. So that is the issue. So all these gentlemen are doing is just keeping the bridge open for 1 season, 1 summer. All right, so we can get access to the beach and use the bridge. So what Dr. Tingley is doing is talking about the rest of that, right? And that's a conversation that needs to be had. So, yeah, it's expensive, but at least it allows us to use that bridge for 1 more season. That's all.
So before you go,
Yeah.
so what was your suggestion
Thank
about
you.
repairing the bridge that is
For the 1
different-
more season.
Well, hold
Well-
on, it's
Okay.
different than what was discussed tonight.
It was just the suggestion to look at a different way of doing it, that the repair on a specific piling would have more than 5 or 10 years. That it would be done with longevity in mind, rather than just getting us to the place where the next big project, which was the state project,
Okay.
was.
Agreed.
Was.
I
That's
understand.
what I'm
Let's
saying.
be clear. The state project is one solution.
Yes.
All right, there could be another solution, and that's what we're exploring. Remember, you asked that question at the
Exactly,
last
that's what
meeting,
I-
all right? So basically, to repeat, all they're doing is keeping the bridge open until we decide Dr. Tingley's solution, the DOT solution as a community, all right?
Exactly.
So that's all we're doing.
Okay,
Just
thank
giving
you.
us time that we can figure it out.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, it is almost 8:45. We still have the McDale landfill and a couple of other matters. I mentioned that folks would have an opportunity to address us. I will stand by that, but I'd like our comments to be as brief as possible. If somebody's already said what you wanted to say, just leave it at that. Is there anything about the repair of the bridge that anybody would like to address at this point?
I would like to just make a
Go ahead.
very
If you could
quick
just
comment,
introduce
please.
yourself again, Alicia.
Alicia Babcock, Ocean Road South. I would like to, I know everybody wants the bridge open for the summer next year, but it seems as though these short-term repairs are injuring our bridge more than helping, other than keeping it usable. It might make a lot of sense to just accept the condition, close it so that we can think about what the long-term fix is here. And it's unfortunate that people would have to drive around for next summer. But I think if you look at the yellow areas that you're talking about on the chart, our bridge it's all vertical fasteners. And that is basically what is allowing all the water in. And I am not clear on exactly what the repairs are happening each year, but we're setting aside a tremendous amount of money for we've done this for many consecutive years now. So it's kind of looking at it just like in 1 year increments every year. Let's just keep it open. Let's just keep it open. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, of course. And had we looked at this in totality at the beginning before we started to establish these expensive repairs, we possibly could have been doing repairs that were in kind with a possible long-term solution. Maybe they would have been more expensive, but at least it wouldn't have been money out the window. And unfortunately, that's kind of what this is feeling like right now. And I am kind of concerned on the posts that have been cut. Again, I'm not an engineer, and I'm just still absorbing a lot of this information, but it sounds like driving something vertical into the piles that are intact and in good condition under the mud sounds really scary to me. I don't know that, I mean, are we letting water now into the structure that was actually in good condition? I don't know the answer to that. But I will say that my takeaway from some of these tutorials that we've been watching is that there is no use-by date on timber. That's kind of the mantra here. And that wood is actually the preferred material in saltwater conditions because it doesn't react, it doesn't rust. It stands the test of time. There are timber bridges all over the world that are hundreds of years old that are perfectly fine and moving people across. So it's basically not the wood's fault, and it's what people do to the wood that weakens the wood. So anyway, my concern is doing these repairs this fall, winter, and creating a bigger problem for us on the back end. So I'd like to just request that maybe we think about that before we add more injury to the situation.
Thank you. Del Mitchell is online with her hand up.
All right.
Well, while Del's coming off of mute, I don't see anyone else.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions for the structural engineers. Understanding that the bridge is constructed in sections. One question is the bridge stable if entire sections are removed? Will it remain stable or does it collapse? And then is it possible to rebuild the bridge in sections incrementally and do that kind of work in the off-season? But where you're driving new piles and putting new wood segments, platforms, whatever it is that you've made, these sections that are on the top that you identified, is it possible to do the bridge that way? Or is there really no possibility of replacing piles with new ones in any of these locations that you need to go outboard of where the supporting subterranean material stands?
All right, let's ask Chuck if he can answer that.
Okay, yeah, I will, I'll answer the ones I can remember, and then maybe you can remind me what I'm forgetting. As far as stability, if you remove a section of the bridge, I guess the benefit of these things not being connected together is that doesn't affect the overall stability of the rest of the bridge. The bridge's stability comes from the piles being embedded 25 feet down into the muck and the bracing between the braces. The deck itself, the only thing it's bracing is that cap beam, and you don't need the cap beam if the bridge isn't there. So replacing it in sections doesn't cause you to have a moment where it's unstable. You're just kind of lifting out something, doing your work, and then when you put it back, it's kind of as it was before. Another question was, actually, I'm sorry, going back to the previous.
I think the other question.
Could you do that much work in the off season? Could you do some sections, a number of sections in the off season?
You could. The problem is if you don't do all of the repairs that MassDOT considers a 4 or 4+ in the whole rest of the bridge, they're still not going to let you drive on the bridge. We're still not going to let you drive on the bridge. So if you take, I don't know, the first 10 piers and you make them brand new, perfect, you still have 90 other piers that you need to worry about that have to be addressed somehow if you want to be able to drive on it the next summer. So in theory, you could do it piecemeal, not in the summer. In practice, I'm not sure what that really buys you.
Right. And I think the last part of the question was, if you take out that section, right, can you pile in, can you do work in the same area, or by the sounds of it, you need time for the soil to stabilize and settle before you can do the work on the next?
That's trickier, and that actually gives me a chance to answer another question that somebody asked.
We already, I thought that question was already asked and
But Dell
answered,
asked that
right?
question,
No.
so, yeah.
So the first thing is, if you have an existing pile and you drive 2 piles next to it like we've been doing,
Yep.
you are not causing any damage to anything.
Okay.
That pile is in place, so there's not a lot of moving about. You're not disrupting the surrounding soil. If you pull an existing pile out and then drive new piles, it really needs to reconsolidate before you can trust that load, because all that soil is going to collapse in where the pile used to. The whole reason that piles are good is because they force themselves into the soil, they shove it to the side and kind of put it in compression. If you take it out, you have exactly the opposite. You have soil that kind of collapses in on itself. But sister pile driving does not do any damage to the existing structure.
Okay.
I think I answered the other half too, didn't I?
Yeah.
Just by accident?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will
Great.
say one thing. When you drive a pile next to another one, you can create a geotechnical phenomenon called down drag. And so you can put some more load into as you're pushing the soil down, the soil's pushing down on the piles that are already there. So you have the risk of a little bit of movement of the pile that's already in place, but you would see that during the repair, and you would be able to identify that happened. So that's not been happening, so I don't believe we're damaging.
And we're also driving these new, we're also driving these new piles far enough away from the existing, like you obviously couldn't drive a pile 2 inches away from an existing pile and expect it to work. But we're about 3 feet from the existing pile. 3 diameters of the pile is kind of a uniform spacing that you want to do. Then you shouldn't have any, even down drag problems, you really shouldn't have that many of.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this presentation has been for informational purposes, so we have a baseline as to where the bridge is and what our immediate future looks like in terms of repair, and keeping it open so we can enjoy the beach. We don't have any action items, Rainey?
No, did this answer your questions? 'Cause
Yes,
this-
but the question was, what is the current status of the bridge?
Yep.
And this is it. It's not 19, it's a lot more than that. So I just want to clarify that. So I think we have as a community, we have a better understanding of the current status of the bridge and the work the engineering firm has been doing, just to allow us to have one more season of access to the beach using the bridge.
Fernando, you made a good point about a so-called new bridge being one potential
Yes.
solution. Can you please read that notice again? For folks who are interested, please participate in the meeting tomorrow that's run by MassDOT. If you can just remind everybody of the time and location.
So this is MassDOT's solution. So this is a Powder Point Bridge Replacement Project, public meeting and listening session. And this is important. They'll present an update on where they are in the design work. But more importantly, attendees will have the opportunity to participate in group discussions and share input following a short presentation. All views and comments made at the meeting will be reviewed and considered to the maximum extent possible. This will take place Tuesday, tomorrow, October 21st. By the way, it's my birthday. I just want to bring that up there. Sorry. What a nice way to celebrate my birthday. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Duxbury High School cafeteria at 71 Alden Street, Duxbury, MA.
Do we have any other final questions from the board before we let Chuck and Paul go?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
all
It's
for
a
coming.
great presentation. Thank you.
Next on our agenda is an update on the McNeil landfill capping project. This will be presented by Sean Healy and our DPW Director, Sheila Scarzi. Nancy Rufo's not here yet, is she? Oh, that's right, okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. Just one clarification. My name is Lee Koska. I'm a professional engineer with Weston & Sampson. Sean Healy had another commitment tonight, so unfortunately he's not with us, but I am the project manager for the design portion of the McNeil capping project. I'll be going through a quick presentation, understanding you've heard a lot from engineers tonight. I'll try to keep this as on track as possible, but as always, feel free, interrupt me with questions as we go. All right, and we'll wait for the slides to pull up here.
No, I was.
Bear with
It's
us.
been hot and
Figure it.
cool and hot.
Just a lot of slides.
All right, there we go.
I know, Mike said.
Oh,
Good comeback, Mike.
unfortunately, my presentation is not that short.
Crank the AC for a second.
Oh, here it goes.
I had to scroll all the way up on the
What candy you?
left.
Oh, we need some candy. That's not a good idea for me.
Beautiful photos.
Yeah, go ahead, because it says end, so maybe, it looks like it's, scroll down to the end.
Yeah, maybe,
You can take your time.
You take those? They're beautiful.
lovely photographs.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, oh
We
yeah.
all do.
Do you do the Wood's-End Bridge, where the sun rises up? Are you the one that takes that photograph? Wow. Excellent, I've seen those, beautiful.
I thought she was leaving them for us. They're take home, take home gifts.
You have some up here too.
Yeah.
You know what, why don't we just start with the paper copy and then...
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So while we wait for that, tonight I'm going to be presenting the current status of assessment activities, as well as showing some preliminary concepts for the board to consider. We're asking for 2 decisions from the town by the end of the year, so we don't need a decision on these tonight. But those 2
Before you go
items.
on, just to orient everybody, we're talking about the McNeil dump. This is not the town transfer station. This is the land next door, the McNeil dump that's uncapped. We're talking about the cap that needs to go on top.
Correct.
Right,
Thank you
go
so
ahead.
much. So the 2 primary decisions that we're looking for input on are desired post-closure uses of the site after it gets capped, as well as consideration of how much fill material is brought into the site above the existing waste, as well as what type of fill material is brought in. So as I mentioned, looking for some input on this by the end of the calendar year to meet our overall design timelines. And now the next slide, well, it would be a depiction.
We've got
Okay,
it, we've got
perfect.
it. We can follow.
So,
Freestyle.
Don't worry about it, Nancy.
a few things to point out to the board. McNeil Dump is shown in red on the presentation you have. That outline is the current limit of waste, which was determined through our assessment activities last week.
Does anybody want it?
One other thing to note is there's a wetland area shown circled in yellow, pretty much right in the center of the figure. We'll be talking about that a little bit more and potential options for that space. The only other thing I want to call attention to is the existing municipal landfill located directly north of McNeil Dump, as well as the existing transfer station. All right, so quick history on McNeil Dump. It originally was a sand and gravel pit that took in material from the 40s to the late 70s. Primarily took in construction and demolition debris. Plans were put in front of Mass DEP to cap it in the 80s and early 90s, but ultimately no capping was conducted, and so it remains in its current uncapped state today.
Thanks, Dave.
Perfect.
Hey, quick question.
Yep.
Who owned it, and where did those materials come from?
The materials came from sites across the state. It's unclear exactly where everything
Dig.
came from.
A lot of it came from the Big Dig.
Yep. So it's a mixture of things, and we'll go over to some of the test pitting we did recently. There's debris, there's solid waste, typical trash, there's a whole mixture of things.
Do you know who owned the
It was
site?
privately owned. I don't recall the
Okay.
owner, but the town wound up taking it through tax title.
I
Later.
believe Waste Management owned it at one point. Is that not true?
I believe it was privately owned, and what was,
Always privately owned?
I believe so. What I was told was that it was, the waste that was there was from the Van Damme fire in Boston.
Okay.
That's where it was
Vendome,
all,
or yeah.
whatever it was called, the Vendome fire. Yeah. And that's what was put in there primarily.
Yep.
Okay.
Waste
All right, so I think we're a couple slides past this on Duxbury municipal landfill history now. Skip forward one or two more.
Yep, we're on 5, right?
All right, and next slide. Just wanted to give a quick history of the municipal landfill since it is immediately next door. It's a separate landfill, unaffiliated with McNeil Dump, but it did take in municipal solid waste throughout the 1960, well, up through 1976, intermittently used as a burn dump prior to that. It was capped in 77 with 12 inches of clay. But a portion on the southern slope of the landfill was uncapped at that time. That was used for taking in brush after Hurricane Gloria and was ultimately capped in the late 90s. The entirety of the municipal landfill has a soil cap.
Okay.
Next slide. So a quick update on the work that we've been doing. Following Mass DEP approval of our Phase 2 assessment scope of work, we did have some delays getting access agreements in place, but once those were in place, we completed a test pitting program, including on the abutting residences along Heritage Lane. We'll show a figure of all that in a moment. We installed 3 monitoring wells within the town-owned property. Performed a site survey and also a wetland delineation. Next slide. All right, so here is just a graphic showing all the assessment work that's been done to date. It's a little bit hard to tell the colors, but there are a series of test pits, which are the little square icons shown in, it's kind of a pinkish purple. Those are the test pits that we did recently. We started at the property line and worked further into the Heritage Lane properties until we hit the limit of waste. We'll show some photos of that, but in general, what we had is in the order of 10 to 14 feet of waste at the property line that then tapered up.
Lee, can I just double check?
Yep.
So I'm assuming test pit is TP7, right? Is that?
Correct, yes. So TPs.
There's quite a few. Test pit 14.
There are, and
Right.
we basically, in each of the new test pit locations, we started at the property line and we kept going till we got out of the wastes.
Okay. Got it.
So, in general, 10 to 14 feet at the property line. It then slopes up as you go basically southwest. At the top of the hill is a little sand berm. Once you get to that sand berm, you're basically into native soil. We didn't find waste in those test pits.
Okay.
So through that effort, we got good delineation on the private properties. Most of the waste was in 68 and 78. There's a limited little bit in 66, relatively minor. We also did test pits along the wetland area that's shown in the upper left.
Yep.
What we found there is that the waste didn't extend too far into the wetland. You're talking in order of 5 to 10 feet, and then we were out of the waste. So overall, the waste impacts to that wetland seem to be relatively minimal. I'll note as well that in the 1990s, waste from the municipal landfill was peeled back out of that portion of the wetland to support that capping. All right, next slide. We do have some remaining assessment activities to do, including installation of 6 additional groundwater monitoring wells off of the town-owned property on the private property. Those need to be installed outside of the limits of waste. That work will be happening this week. Next week, we will be installing 3 piezometers throughout the site. They're just a different type of monitoring well. And following that work, first week in November, we'll be doing a comprehensive sampling round of all of the existing groundwater, surface water, landfill gas locations. There are scheduled to be 3 more of these comprehensive sampling rounds before the end of 2026, at which point the final Phase 2 report is due to Mass DEP. Some photos from the test pits. I won't linger on these. I think the main takeaway is that there's a mixture of materials, and at the property line, it's 10 to 12 feet that will ultimately need to get relocated, dug out, moved to the town side of the line, and properly capped. Briefly, we did a wetland delineation in 2025 for the pond that's located between McNeil and the sanitary landfill. What we found is that wetland is qualified as an isolated wetland. Basically, it doesn't connect to the other wetlands that are further to the west in the town-owned parcel adjacent to the Cranberry Bog. What this means is that permitting through MEPA, in theory, can be done to fill in the wetland. It would need to be replicated with a 20% increase in the square footage. We'll see some concepts of what that might look like, but that's something for the board to consider, is if we fill in that wetland, there will be some potential for additional offsets of project costs, but you'll have to relocate and basically construct another wetland area near the Cranberry Bog.
Lee, what would be the rationale for filling the wetland?
So there is some waste in the wetland. Either way, we need to go in and disturb it to remove that waste. By filling in the wetland, it allows grades to basically match up with the existing landfill, and it allows the town to bring in more soil, which would potentially offset project costs. When we get to the concepts, I'm going to show 2 different options. One's with the wetland getting filled, one without, so we can kind of review that a little bit further. But essentially, it's a way to make the project less expensive overall. All right. So, for general design considerations, basically what we need to do here is take the landfill materials, peel them back to the town side of the property line, and install a current approved Mass DEP cap.
Lee, just wait. So basically, the waste, you have to take it away.
You had to remove it all. You had to move it all to the town-owned property. Basically, take it off of any of those adjacent residences and consolidate it in one place.
So and then you put literally a cap over that.
Correct.
All right.
But it's not lined, right?
It is not lined. No. The cap is just a surface cover. It's basically an impermeable barrier that gets maintained in perpetuity with inspections and everything else. Right. One thing to note is the McNeil dump currently is a depression. It's lower than the surrounding area. It's lower than the road. It's lower than the landfill. So though you will need to, I'll say, take up some of the room in that depression with the capping material, which is plus or minus 3 feet, there still is an opportunity to bring in additional soils to make it raise to at least current grade of the roadway, if not higher, should the town want to offset project costs further, and if it would support potential post-closure uses of the landfill. So we'll look at that in a slide.
Okay.
As part of our design, so on the post-closure side, this is done through a separate permit after everything gets capped, but we like to think about it up front. Ultimately, we want to give you a parcel that's as usable to the town as possible for whatever you decide to do with it.
Before you go on, Lee, it's just because I'm looking ahead just to see what you're going to talk about, and I don't think we're going to get there to my question, which is, we're concerned, of course, about many things, one of which is PFAS.
Yep.
We understand that PFAS, this is a source somewhere in town. There's litigation going on all over the country about this particular topic. I want to just be cognizant of, as we proceed with this capping, that we're still reserving our rights as necessary, and I'm looking over at you, Rainey, with respect to litigation, things we need to prove in court or settlement in terms of what's there, where did it come from, that sort of stuff. So once it's capped, the idea is it's there forever. We're not going to go digging back into it. So Is that something, how are we going to coordinate in terms of the ongoing PFAS issue? And I don't want to delay capping it, because I understand that would help resolve some of the percolation
Correct.
of the PFAS coming through. So
Yep.
I don't want to belabor it, but I don't necessarily want us to shortchange ourselves in the event there's something we need to do with the contents for purposes of PFAS, and maybe there are other things, I don't know.
It shouldn't delay it. We're part of an enormous class action suit that we enjoined probably 2 or 3 years ago with a firm that had just happened to contact us out of the blue. So I'll have some additional information for you. We're already receiving payouts for it.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Mike.
Just in the same vein, this is always driving me crazy. We didn't own this when any of this was put in there. I realize we have it by tax title now. We didn't have anything delivered to it. It was a privately owned. I really still would like to explore the idea of going after whatever states or whatever parent company those companies were to pay for this. I don't think it should be the taxpayers that bear the burden of something that wasn't ours.
I'm with you, Mike.
I just don't understand this piece of it.
I'm very, past conversations, it's in my head that Waste Management owned this for
Maybe they did.
I just don't want to
some
be.
point in time, which I think
Name.
somehow takes us off the hook for this whole thing.
Yeah.
And,
I think we explored that, didn't we?
The 3M component, the litigation with them, it seems to me that,
I mean, we're not responsible for any of the materials in there. We didn't put anything in there. We weren't the Big Dig. We weren't the owners of this facility whatsoever. So I just, before we put another penny towards this, I think we need to get somebody in here to.
Because the cost, I'm going to the end, I mean, at page 21, is at least between $6 to $7 million. It could be even more, right? So, yeah, I think it's a good idea to see what we can do to invest a bit of money, legal fees, to see if we can find the owner and can litigate to cover the $6-7 million.
They've done all the work.
Right.
Yeah.
Sheila, do you remember, didn't we explore that at some point? About a year ago or so?
no, we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
We just never got.
We never got
We've
an
talked
answer.
about it, and it's been, but
I
then
thought it had been resolved.
I'm not aware of that. It might have been before I got
I
here.
think it was
Okay.
before you, I think. Yeah.
So I think that's something that we need to do. I totally agree with my fellow select board members.
Well, why don't we ask for an opinion of town council?
Yep.
I'll check with Jeff.
In
Yep.
terms of what our rights are.
Yep.
We're basically an innocent owner. We're owner by operation of law.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll see
And
if we
on
can.
your point about the PFAS, because I hear you, I mean, I don't want to, again, be penny wise and pound foolish here. If we're going to do this, let's do this. And I understand, I think the whole capping, just to really simplify it, is kind of putting an umbrella over it so that the water doesn't percolate down through it, causing more, but
It's a good analogy.
It's still in the dirt.
it's still there, yeah. I mean, it's,
It is. I'll note that current options for disposal of PFAS impacted materials are limited, and it's kind of an evolving regulatory landscape with it. It started to be well regulated on the drinking water side, but the solid waste and soil part hasn't really caught up federally. As a result, across the different states, there's uncertainty about whether they can take it in. And so, if you were to send it to, let's say, a hazardous waste landfill that you would send other, highly contaminated soils, you're talking about a cost of $600 to $900 a ton, which, when you factor in the sheer volume of material, it's cost prohibitive at this point to move it. But it's something that, should this legal angle be pursued, potentially, I don't see it at this time as being a viable, option to physically remove that waste.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yep.
And I know we've been talking about PFAS, but I seem to remember, because this was a focus, that I wanted to find a solution as opposed to just just
filtering it.
filtering the water, but that this wasn't necessarily a source of our PFAS issues, that the numbers do you have, as part of this, are we exceeding any limits in these test pits or anything like that?
So there was no sampling of the material from the test pits for chemical analysis. The only purpose of that activity was just to define the physical limits of waste.
So that was another group that came in and did that.
Yes.
Maybe somebody else remembers that too,
Yeah.
but I don't think the levels were too high there.
No, I think, Mr. Bigley has the answer right there.
There.
I'm not sure I
Jim, if you can
understood
introduce
that.
yourself, please.
Jim Begley, Elm Street, Duxbury, and Water and Sewer Advisory Board Chair. The situation is such that the groundwater information down gradient of the McNeil dump and the municipal landfill has given us some information about this being a source as opposed to samples of the material itself. What we learned in the assessment work that was done in groundwater so far was that down gradient of the McNeil dump, we had significant levels of PFAS in the groundwater that was certainly contributing or likely contributing to the problems we see at town wells. But we also saw levels of PFAS in the groundwater down gradient of the municipal well that was even higher, significantly higher.
That's what I remember.
Right, the
Yeah.
dump.
There was groundwater investigation proposed by Weston and Sampson back in June. The Select Board received a presentation from them on that work, and that work was never done. And that's not part of what's being presented tonight.
I just want to know the why we're doing this.
Yeah.
Piece of it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, I think we're on to the next slide here. I've largely covered this. Again, the reason that the town may elect to import additional soils is to offset project costs, but we'll talk more about the costs in a future slide. So next slide.
So Lee, related to what you said earlier about consolidating the contents to a more consolidated area.
Yep.
There's a risk, of course, when you're moving stuff, that you'll have things leach, disturbance, or whatever. As you're looking at the capping process, how do we minimize the risks, or hopefully eliminate the risks of that additional material that we're taking off of the abutter's property, dragging it back in to make sure that's not now causing a new problem?
The movement of the soil shouldn't have any major effect. I'll note that it's there currently. You know, rainwater's passing through it every day. So physically taking it and shifting it over the property line isn't going to have a significant increase in the amount of, leaching through it. But ultimately, you want to get it covered as quickly as possible. That's how you prevent further leaching through the material as you get that capping system installed.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be required that if we're removing soil and earth from an abutting property at a resident, I would imagine we would have to
Restore it?
restore it,
Correct.
yeah.
Yep. So that's something that will have to be
Another big
factored into
cost.
this design is, imported soil to make up that 10-foot differential at the property line as it slopes back up. But yes,
Well,
you're correct.
Right, but I would imagine it would be soil and grass and landscaping or whatever we're disturbing, we would
Correct.
need to, yeah.
All right. For the soil piece, there are three options. The first option would be bringing in what are called COM97 soils. These would come from construction sites throughout the region, and what COM97 is a Mass DEP policy that was issued in 1997. It allows for use of these materials as grading, shaping materials underneath the cap. So basically, to raise the site up, you could bring in these materials as long as they wound up under the cap once that gets installed. These soils are contaminated above residential criteria. However, the intent of the policy was to cap them under a impermeable cap that's considered sufficiently protective of human health. That being said, I fully understand that that may not be an option that the town is interested in any way, shape, or form of pursuing. I'm just putting that on the table as an option.
And if I may
Reason-
interject, when we discussed this, I had a reaction similar to yours just now. Why make a problem worse? I didn't
Let's save a
negate
few
it.
bucks and bring in some glowing dirt.
Yeah, we didn't dismiss it out of hand, but almost. But it's not really an option we
Oh
thought would be the strongest one to explore.
The only reason to go for it is because it represents the greatest level of cost savings, to the point that if the wetland was filled, you could actually generate revenue from the project. I'm guessing that's something that you aren't interested in. However, we put that on the table as a potential option. So the next option down.
Do we look like 3M?
The next option down would be to bring in less than RCS1 soils. This is done under a different Mass DEP policy. It's COM 15. It's clean soil. It similarly would originate from sites, across the region, but it is tested to be below residential standards. There is some market for this material, meaning it would represent an offset in cost to the town, but it's not significant enough to totally negate the cost of capping the landfill like COM 97 soils in theory could. You'd be looking at on the order of a couple million knocked off of the price tag, depending on how much of this material you bring in, what the final grade of the landfill is, whether you fill the wetland, things along those lines. So it's a savings, if you will, but it is not, a break-even potential for the project.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding. Are you suggesting that by using COM 97 soil that you could negate the cost of, because you're
doing
paying somebody's paying us to
Yep.
take that soil?
Correct.
Oh, good Lord, wow, okay.
Yep.
So COM 97 soils were used in capping every landfill more or less across the state that was capped post 97. There's currently a need for those just because there aren't new landfills in the state. There's a limited number that are currently open and able to take in that material. So there is a market driver for it. The various landfill contracting companies keep those numbers close to their chest, but it's somewhere on the order of $20 a ton that you bring in, and we have the potential to bring in hundreds of thousands of tons of material. So the number really quickly,
Becomes large.
Yeah, it does. But it is material that's contaminated above residential standards. It's below thresholds that DEP has established for these COM 97 soils. There are soils that are too contaminated that wouldn't be able to make it, in under those criteria. But I don't want to, sugarcoat it. The material exceeds residential standards.
But would it exceed recreation, bowl fields, solar plant? It could be further. Would it impact other uses as well?
It would if it were at the surface, but it's getting capped under this impermeable cap. So
Right.
ultimately, the only soil that the public would be able to, contact
Yep.
is clean imported material above the, basically the plastic liner that goes over the whole top of the landfill. So in theory, if it was at, a new site and it was just deposited at the surface, it could, exceed recreational standards. It would depend on the specific results from that soil. But again, in this situation, the only material that's above the liner is clean. Right. We aren't talking about putting any of that COM 97 material above the liner system.
So at some point, if we don't get somebody else to pay, we need to make.
I missed that
Yeah.
it actually would cover the cost of this whole thing
Yeah.
by using that soil.
Yeah.
And I'm not really, I'm
Say it out loud, Amy.
open-minded about it a little bit,
We
just going there.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
just need to figure out what.
If there was a solar field, if there was a
Yeah.
but then it's
Just say it in front of the mirror tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. I'm so
Because
sorry.
if we
Just
can't.
trying to find ways to get some money around
Yeah,
here.
exactly. So I think it needs to enter into our equation, so to speak.
It
whether we-
does.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
All right, so less than RCS1 material, I think we covered that. The final option would be just general imported fill or borrow from a sand pit or similar. That would cost the town money. So ultimately, that may not be the preferred option because you're further increasing the cost beyond that $6 to $7 million that we'll get to in a second. So, all right, next slide. following the capping, there will be a pretty sizable open area that's available for use by the town. The overall site is on the order of 7 acres. The landfill itself is closer to 6. But that's a fair amount of, space that could be used for things. One need that was expressed by DPW in our meetings to date was for additional storage area for, various materials. Currently, there's material storage over at the transfer station, but that space is at a premium. So one potential option would be to use at least a portion of the site for the storage of, various DPW materials. Other options, recreation and ball fields. There's plenty of precedent for putting those on top of landfills across the state, pretty common use. Another one is solar. You have it on the adjacent landfill. I just mentioned that as, in theory, that could be an option further down the road for revenue generation. Other cases can be considered on a case-by-case basis. Kingston has a dog park on a portion of theirs. I'm sure there's other things that towns have used them for, historically. But all of that will be permitted as part of a future effort after this gets capped. I only mention it because as we design the capping system, we'd like to grade it such that we give you guys something that is useful for you in the future. All right, next slide. All right, here we're going to go through some concepts. I'll note that this is just some preliminary options for folks to consider here. As I mentioned before, under each of these different scenarios, I'm going to show 2 different graphics. One has filling of the wetland, which is kind of in the center there where it says isolated wetland, and then another one without it. The main things that filling that wetland changes is really just how much soil you can bring into the site, as well as what the final, I'll call it plateau, at the top of the landfill will look like, so it impacts kind of your usable space. So in this first option, we're carrying the elevation of the current municipal landfill basically all the way around to Mayflower Street. That's at elevation 85. For reference, Mayflower Street in that area is at about elevation 75. This would represent a potential for about 267,000 cubic yards of fill if we were to go with this. This is the most, I'll call it, intense option in terms of filling. This is basically taking everything to, a reasonable high point that matches the existing landfill. In theory, you could go higher. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that because you're going to decrease the amount of usable space you have afterwards just to make up the slopes going to the top. Under this, that plateau at the top is about 4.4 acres. So, pretty significant area that could be used for solar, recreation, what have you.
Can I ask you a question about filling the wetland?
Yep.
Certainly, I've been around a bit and have not heard of filling the wetlands. Are you sure that that would be something that's even allowed under?
It is. So under MEPA, because it's an isolated wetland, it can be filled if there's a compelling reason to do so. A compelling reason to do so may be to make this project financially viable. It would require replication, which if you see kind of over to the left side of the figure there, we have potential replicated wetland. You need to basically recreate it plus 20% of its area. There's a good space to do that, abutting the cranberry bogs, and I'll note that it can be done per the regulations, but MEPA may have pushback on it. Our current thought is that it's worth trying. Ultimately, if that option is shut down by MEPA or there's just too much regulatory pushback from that, we can scale it back to not fill in the wetland. It's something, though, that gives a significant enough volume of additional material that you're looking at, potential offsets in the hundreds of thousands of dollars minimum range by adding that filling into the project. So I'm relatively neutral, to be honest with you. It just makes sense from a financial standpoint, but it will, add an additional permitting challenge to all of this. All right, next slide. And on that note, here we have the same thing, but without the wetland being filled. Under this option, and again, we're carrying elevation 85, which is the top of the existing landfill, all the way around. You have a reduced area at the top. It's only 3.3 acres, and a reduced fill volume of about 188,000 cubic yards. So you're talking a difference of about 80,000 cubic yards of material that you could bring in by either filling that wetland or not. All right, next slide. All right. Under this option, we're leaving an area at, I'll call it the front of the site, abutting Mayflower Street, at current grade for use as DPW storage or whatever other use you would need. In theory, it makes the most sense for DPW storage because you're at grade, you're right next to the road, easy on and off. You don't have to go up the landfill slope. Next, quickly on this one. You have an area at the top of 3.1 acres and about 240,000 cubic yards of fill material that could be brought in. All right, next slide. Oh. Same idea, but without filling the wetland again. Here you only have 2 acres at the top of the landfill and an option to bring in about 157,000 cubic yards of fill. One graphic that we don't have would be a more minimal filling operation that basically just takes everything to the Mayflower Street elevation or slightly higher. We'll ultimately need some pitch to the site to be able to manage stormwater. The low point is, you can see it kind of in the middle there where we say stormwater management facility. That's kind of the corner of the site that's the lowest. We will need an area that retains stormwater to comply with the stormwater regulations, so that will be needed either way. And as such, you need to at least raise the grades at the site enough to make the grades generally work for stormwater purposes. But that would be an option that you could consider, is just taking it up to the elevation of Mayflower. Under that, you'd have relatively minimal amounts of fill volumes that could be brought in to offset project costs, but you would have a big flat area at the end of this that would, in theory, equate to the full size of the property minus offsets from property lines or the wetlands, et cetera. So you'd probably be talking on the order of 6 acres of general flat usable space at the end.
Lee, where does the elevation 85, how does that compare to where the residences are on Heritage Lane?
I would have to check. I don't have that number immediately in front of me. From what I recall, those residences are close to that 75 elevation along Mayflower Street. There may be a slight depression as you get towards the backside of those properties, but I can check in on that, unfortunately. With
Just thinking in terms of a buffer or screening or something, because all of a sudden if you've got this giant mountain in the backyard, especially if we're going to put a municipal use on it, potentially of ball fields or who knows.
Right. So one thing we did include on this, and this can be changed, there is a 50-foot buffer currently set along that property line. It could be planted with trees or otherwise to help screen the view from the abutting residences. Okay. So yeah, that can be further considered here in terms of visual barriers between the landfill and those residences. All right, next slide. All right, so costs. We kind of already jumped to the end here in terms of overall costs. You're looking at somewhere in the order of $6 million to $7 million.
Actually, Lee, I'd say you said it doesn't account for waste excavation, relocation, additional film storm. That's quite a bit of money there as well, right?
It could be. So we now have the waste delineated. So as our kind of next main design task is to calculate that volume that's going to be removed. I'll note that we aren't far enough in design to give a detailed engineer's estimate. Okay. That $1 million an acre is kind of general rule of thumb for what we're seeing with current market conditions. Okay. So we've talked about offsets here. In preliminary discussions with landfill contractor, if that most intensive option of filling was pursued and COM97 soils were brought in, their estimate was that at a bare minimum, the project would break even, but it would likely generate between $1 and $2 million of revenue for the town. It's significant. If you go for COM 97, or sorry, for less than RCS1 soils, even with that most intensive filling option, you're still looking at a price somewhere between 3 and 5 million. It'll depend on, you know, final details on how much material's brought in, but it's an offset, but not a massive one. As you go with less and less intensive filling options, the potential offset just goes down accordingly. So, you know, that would be the benefit of bringing in additional fill materials here. Worst case scenario, you're sitting at that 6 to 7 million plus, you know, some add-ons for any setting it up for future uses, waste excavation, those kind of things.
Lee, I know a cap is theoretically supposed to last forever, but what maintenance is required and what obligations would the town have for fixes, or what sort of issues should we anticipate? And this kind of gets to the issue of what we put under it and how long it's going to stay under it. Because, you know, it's certainly attractive to say it'll pay for itself and we have some revenue for the town, given that we have a revenue issue. But to an earlier comment about the bridge, penny wise, pound foolish, we don't want the contaminated stuff leaching out 50 years from now and being somebody else's problem.
So following capping, there's a 30-year period of monitoring and maintenance, yearly inspections, quarterly or semi-annually, groundwater, surface water, landfill gas rounds. So that continues for 30 years. If issues come up, that duration would ultimately be extended. You know, further monitoring would have to be done to kind of keep track of any issues that do pop up down the line. But for at a bare minimum under the regulations, there's a 30-year period with inspections by a licensed third-party inspector. I'm one. And then the ongoing monitoring requirements of groundwater, surface water, and landfill gas. We're currently doing that for the municipal landfill. I want to say we're something like 26, 27 years into that 30-year period. So, you know, in all likelihood, if we continue to have PFAS issues, we'll see if that's, you know, going to get extended by Mass DEP just to keep an eye on that condition.
What issues do you see, just generally, in terms of problems with caps?
Mainly it's maintenance. That's what I've seen kind of most typically. If it's not maintained with regular mowing, you get woody growth. If a tree starts, it very quickly can penetrate through the landfill cap. But ultimately, as a result of the inspections, if any issues are identified, a corrective action plan has to go into DEP and it needs to get rectified. So number one thing that we see is woody growth and lack of regular mowing. You can have issues with settlement over time. I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue with McNeil, just based on the nature of the waste. It's usually more of an issue for a municipal solid waste landfill with, significant amounts of bag trash that are decomposing. But otherwise, the issues are really contaminant migration, which there's, currently an issue with that generally in the area. So, that's already been identified. But yeah, those are the primary issues. Ultimately, you just want to maintain the cap integrity, which is why we do the regular inspections to make sure there aren't areas of erosion, trees, any of those kind of issues.
And not to belabor the point, but what do we do if the cap fails or a section of the cap fails?
It needs to be repaired.
What does that mean?
So it depends on the nature of the failure. It could
just say tree roots.
Tree roots. You'd remove the tree, expose down to the liner, and put a patch, and then backfill with new soil above it. If it's a more significant issue, you have a greater amount of excavation, regrading a larger area of the cap that the actual membrane would need to be replaced or repaired on. So, in theory, if you had those greater issues, that would be a capital cost down the road. I don't know how common that realistically would be to, have things that aren't identified in the annual inspections that got to the point where you'd have a major scale cap repair.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Good question. Sorry.
Yes.
Who's that? Oh, is that Bree? Yeah, go ahead.
It's Bree. Yep. This is Bree from Union Street. I'm just wondering what the research is for how much PFAS the actual cap gives off.
That is
If it's made of plastic.
That is a good question. I would have to honestly check in on that. Typically, the caps are made of either HDPE or LDPE. I'm sure there is testing data out there on that. I don't unfortunately have any of that in front of me because that's a new question. I haven't been asked that one before. So happy to look into that.
Question, Bree.
And I have it's a kind of a two-part. So how much PFAS does the cap give off? And then in landfills that you've already done before and you've brought in this nasty cootie soil and then capped it, do you have research on how much chemicals were out there before and then how much were out maybe 10 or 20 years to see if you're increasing the contamination? Because groundwater, you know what I mean? Groundwater always fluctuates. So if we have a wet day, even if there's a cap on the top, the water's going to rise.
So I don't personally have that data, but it's something that Mass DEP may be tracking. Every landfill across the state is kind of enrolled in this monitoring program. All that data is sent to DEP, and I know they do monitor trends for those different issues. It's something that we can discuss further with the regulators in terms of what they've seen for sites that did take in COM97 soil, if they are tracking that. I have a feeling they might be, but I can't speak for Mass DEP on that.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to see the research on the 3 different levels and how it's affected other places.
Yeah, great question,
Thank you.
Bree. We need to factor in the final decision we make.
Those would definitely factor into our consideration, for sure. Thank you, Bree. Lee, go ahead.
Next slide. So just quickly, permitting overview. I think I've already touched on this. Through Mass DEP Solid Waste, we will be submitting a CAAA and CAD. That's basically an alternatives analysis and then a design of the selected alternative. This discussion we're having tonight is geared towards the alternative analysis. Those both go in at the same time. We'll talk about timelines for all this in, I think, the next slide, but just wanted to mention the overall kind of permitting mechanism through Mass DEP Solid Waste. On the wetland side, there's 3 separate permits, but I can cover it in this one. So here we have the overall design schedule. It's a little bit hard to read, but over on the left, we're at basically currently October of this year. So preliminary design up to about a 25% level is scheduled to extend through basically the end of January. That's getting to 25%, which is sufficient enough to hold a pre-application meeting with Mass DEP. Basically, we take the preferred concept or a couple of concepts, we advance them. We have that sit down with DEP to take a look at any potential issues that they might see with it. At that point is also when the soil import discussion will happen. Mass DEP does need to weigh in on that. There have been very few recently permitted COM97 facilities just because most of the landfills were capped in the 90s. There aren't many of them left. However, we have it's been referred to as a soil crisis for the last several years. Basically, this soil doesn't have a home. There's a lot of it that's generated from construction throughout the state. And what's had to happen is more and more frequently it's sent out of state at significant cost. So DEP recognizes that a more viable long-term economic solution is probably needed here. There have been discussions about opening either new COM97 facilities or other similar type of facilities, but currently the permitting hasn't really caught up yet. There's one recently permitted in Everett, Mass, but beyond that, we're really just dealing with COM97 soils at the handful of state landfills that are still open. Anyway, back to the timeline. Once we've gotten through the initial meeting with Mass DEP, then design is advanced to a 60% level. Once it gets to the 60% level is when it's submitted formally to DEP with the permit application. At that point also is when it is submitted to MEPA. The MEPA review process takes about 6 months. Mass DEP is slightly shorter, but during that whole duration, there's basically back and forth between the design team and the regulators, updating the plan set to the 90% level. So at the end of permitting, you will have A, the permit approvals in hand, and B, a 90% design that's most of the way there to get it out and ready for public bid. One note on the wetland permitting side, so it's kind of a trickle-down process. MEPA happens first. Once you have your MEPA approval, then it's submitted to a different branch of Mass DEP for a 401 water quality cert. That's needed to remove the waste from the wetland. At the same time is typically, or right around there, is where we would submit to the local conservation commission. You need both the MEPA, ENF, and the 401 water quality cert approvals before Concom will approve the notice of intent and give an order of conditions. So just want to mention that it's a kind of a lengthy process on the wetland side, and as a result, the permitting with this timeline would extend into 2027 in all likelihood. We would have Mass DEP approval hopefully before then. But some of these other wetland-related permits would, trickle into calendar year 2027. Once we're in 2027 and we have permits in hand, then it's just a matter of advancing the 90% set to 100% set, so it's ready to be put out for public bid. Bidding, contractor procurement, and construction all would follow. Duration of construction will depend at least somewhat on how much material is brought into the site, but an estimate probably on the order of 2 years to get it capped.
Quick question for Sheila, if that's okay. So do we have funding in place to take us all the way to end of permitting?
Yes, we're using ARPA funding actually for this.
Ooh.
So, and I've plugged in, and maybe I'm going to up that too, $6 million for FY28 in our 5-year capital plan for this.
Just in case we need it.
Yeah.
All right, so it's being funded by ARPA to take us through to the end of design and
This
permitting.
phase. Yep.
Fantastic.
So it sounds like some decisions will be made. I
Yes.
still think that it's important to explore funding opportunities through litigation, I guess, would be the way there. And I also think that it's very important to get the input of the Conservation Commission on this, where we're considering a wetland in town to be filled. So I think, that's important to get their feedback. I think, the Board of Health plays a part in this. We need to get feedback from our other, boards in town. What is the impact of, or might they have concerns about using any of these particular soils? So I think there's a lot of information that we still need to gather before we can.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the public needs to be engaged as well. I mean, this
Absolutely.
is prime real estate, and if we're going to put it to public use,
what does
the
that
folks who
look
are going to
like?
pay for it, I think, need to be able to have a say in what it's going to be. Are we going to put in new ball fields, or are we going to, who knows? This is a very unique opportunity. Mike?
Can you build parking on top of this
You could.
with pavement?
Yep. There's precedent for that at other landfills across the state. And in some instances, if you have a recreational field, you'll need parking associated with it, and that
Right.
can, in theory, be permitted on top of
But you
that.
can't do any penetrations to it if you wanted to do dugouts, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Mike?
What is it zoned for? Does anybody know?
Oh, it's residential.
It's just residential.
Sure.
Jim, you have a point there you want to?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I put the chair.
Jim Begley
Right
again.
on.
Actually, I can start by helping to answer a question that was asked earlier by someone that was online. I was involved in a project that was done at Barnstable Airport where PFAS contaminated soil was capped. And the liner material, plastic material used to cover it, was subjected to leaching tests to test for PFAS. It passed those tests. It didn't leach PFAS, but it's a particular material that was being used there. Any of these materials can be subject to a standard leaching test quite easily and inexpensively determine for a set number of samples, is it leaching PFAS or not? And
Okay.
it likely probably won't.
All right.
So that's fine. I had a couple of comments on the type of soil. The COM97 soils, and you get it right from the name of it, it was related, developed for as a policy by the DEP in 1997. It was for testing of material from contaminated sites for a limited number of analytes that, is a very small list. It could be expanded, but generally it's a small list of materials. And it doesn't catch many of the things that you might be concerned about in that material as well. I don't recommend using that material. I think because it's from contaminated sites and the limited testing, it would not be worth the risk involved. Even though the landfill will be capped over, that doesn't prevent 100% of leaching from the material below that cap because it's not lined.
Yeah.
And the leachate isn't being collected.
Correct.
The S1 soils, I think, is a more viable option. And particularly S1 combined with groundwater 1, which is a category under the Massachusetts contingency plan for assessment of sites and cleanup of sites. The S1 soil in that case meets residential standards. You could have it in your backyard. It's not a problem. So having that material come in, I don't think represents a problem. There's some benefit because of the revenue you might gather. But the other benefit is it's tested. It's tested rigorously for a big list of compounds, and especially compared to the COM97 soil. So you know what you're getting. In the last category, the material that you're going to pay for as clean fill, you don't know what's in it. It's not being tested rigorously at all, if at all. You might, again, put some specific requirements on testing for this project, but generally that material's never tested. One related issue that's important is above the plastic, you're going to have, if it's going to be a field, it's going to be a mown lawn type of a setup, you're going to have the need for a lot of topsoil to cover over that material and then grow the grass. That's a big potential source of PFAS contamination because much of the topsoil that's available from landscaping operation contains something that's called biosolids. Biosolids is made from sewage sludge, and it contains high levels of PFAS. So any soil that's brought in for this project, especially the capping, but also the RC, the S1 soils, should be tested for PFAS. And it's important for the direct exposure of PFAS at the soil surface if you're going to have a recreational use or other access. It's also important because all of the stormwater runoff that you're generating is going through that soil that's on top of the cap and then being collected. And in the design layouts that I saw, the stormwater retention basin where that water's going to end up is closer to the evergreen wells than the existing landfill. So if there was something in it, you're putting it over towards the evergreen wells, and certainly not a good situation. So I just wanted to make those comments, and I have a quick question regarding the cap options that were raised. Do they all dovetail and connect to the existing landfill cap?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess a couple of quick points on that. Thank you for the clarification and questions. In one of the previous slides, I didn't mention this. As part of the specifications for the soil import, we would be requiring PFAS testing. One thing also that we've seen from Mass DEP on new COM15 facilities, which are the ones taking in those less than RCS1 soils, they're generally now starting to require testing of PFAS material under that regulatory program. It didn't used to be in there, but now that PFAS has become such an issue, they're adding that on. So I fully expect that that would be a requirement for Mass DEP as well. But we would be requiring for any of the imported fill materials above the liner testing for PFAS at a minimum frequency of 1 per 500 cubic yards, which is what's used at these RCS1 facilities for their testing frequency. In terms of the question on dovetailing into the existing cap, in the different options we presented, it extends into the landfill. Either way, there's a small wedge of the existing municipal landfill that appears to have solid waste at the surface. It's a known issue. Not sure exactly why that's the case, but regardless, as part of this project, either way, no matter how much fill material you're bringing in, there will be a corrective action for that portion of the landfill as well.
Portion of the municipal landfill that's not capped.
There's a small portion of it, yes. I don't have design drawings going that far back, and it wasn't included for whatever reason in the capping activities in the 90s. So there is a little wedge that needs to be addressed, but I fully expect that'll be a requirement of Mass DEP as part of this. And either way is something that we'll be performing concurrently with capping of the McNeil dump.
I have a question for Bo. This is a Duxbury construction question. This is a, you'll know why the question in a second.
Sure.
How many trucks will we need to bring in 187,800 cubic yards of material?
A lot.
Yeah.
Probably 2 beach projects worth.
2 beach projects.
Yeah, but I would imagine it would be much slower than the pace that we move for the beach projects. I can't imagine, the traffic wouldn't be as bad, but
okay,
you'd know they were there.
Right.
But I think the route from Route 3 into McNeil wouldn't be as sensitive.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Good question.
I'd love to throw on my Water and Sewer Advisory Board hat for a minute. Bo Boynton, 48 Russell Road, Water and Sewer Advisory Board. The first thing I want to do is compliment you all. I think that the dialogue's awesome. I came here with like a bunch of concerns and questions, and I was ready to raise my torch, but I think like everything's been really well addressed. I think that Weston and Sampson is doing a great job. I have a huge amount of respect for Sean Healy. I think he does great work. I guess.
Lee?
What about Lee?
He's right behind
And
you.
Lee. I don't know Lee yet.
I'm the new face in the
Yeah, I don't. Sean has come to our meetings a lot,
Right.
and Lee's new to me, but he did a great presentation, and I have a lot of confidence in him as well. A question I would have for Lee, and I want to use my one shot to talk, but one question is, do we have any lessons to be learned from the capping of the municipal landfill not really working? We kind of have to take 2 Weston and Sampson projects in time together, and the other one is the 2024 February hydrogeological and PFAS source study, and we are finding PFAS at downstream of the municipal landfill.
Right.
And this is a landfill that was capped, but we're having this leaching problem that is concerning us and contaminating our wells. And then I've said this before, but I wanted to say it again anyways. We have so many neighbors that don't have these problems, and that raises like such a big flag for me, like speaking to the water superintendent in Kingston and him just shrugging his shoulders and being like, we don't have any PFAS. I don't know what to tell you about, like, good luck. And then like my question is, should we consider going above and beyond? Mass DEP is requiring us to cap. Brian brought it up. It's been mentioned a bunch of times in this room already. Should we consider adding a liner beneath? If it's my understanding, and Lee can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you built a new landfill today to bury this trash, it would be lined below, capped above, and then leachate collection throughout, so that anything that leaches comes into a system and then is hauled away.
Yeah.
I think that would be a level of standard that Duxbury deserves in a way, especially with some of the lessons learned at the municipal site. I do want to supply my opinion that I do think filling the wetland has a lot of advantages to Duxbury. I think it would seamlessly bring the 2 landfills together, these 2 stepsisters that could be merged into one and managed better. And I see the profit being good. I wanted to talk for a second about COM97 materials and less the RCS1 material. I think Jim did a great job, and I don't think I need to say too much more. But I want to say that these are really well-regulated materials. In the construction field, we refer to them as dirty dirt. Oh, we have loads of dirty dirt that we need to get rid of. And I wanted to bring forward the example of the Duxbury DPW project. They had some dirty dirt that they needed to get rid of, whether it had street sweepings in it, if it had, some old curbing, some things that aren't in residential use fills that someone wouldn't put in the backyard. But, these are not soils that come from the nuclear power plant. And I think Jim did such a good job of explaining that these are well-regulated materials. And I think that at least, if you went with the mid-grade material, the less than RCS1, you have a great potential to earn and save or even make the town some money, but at the same time use a safe, regulated material, and that's really great. And then I just want to ring a bell and mention that the February 2024 hydrogeological study, it's not directly, doesn't directly regard this capping of this project, but in a way it does, is unfinished, as Jim said. And it's only been a year, so there's no shame, resilience. Duxbury's tight on funds, but whatever we can do to just keep the hydrogeological study and the PFAS source investigation on our minds and say in February 2024, we left with, it could be one of these 6. And that work is not finished yet. So if we can just keep it on the burner, and I have a dying passion to know, take the Partridge well, for example, what is contaminating that well? And if we look at the study, we have PFAS concentrations in the groundwater aquifer below McNeil, below the municipal landfill, at a lower concentration than we're finding in the Partridge well. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned about where this PFAS is coming from. Does it solve an immediate need? Knowing where the PFAS is coming from? Not really. I think the treatment is important and is our main leg, but I just want to keep it on the table, and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bill. My money's still on septic.
And that's fine, and I really appreciate that. I do run a business that I make my living installing septics. If it was ever... I would love to see it be septics. I would love to see it be, there's a lot of really intelligent people that have said that, and I respect them. And there's a lot of really intelligent people that said that it's the fire department. And there's a lot of really intelligent people that said it was the McNeil dump. And there was a lot of really intelligent people that said it was the carpet cleaner. And regardless, I'm just dying to know what it actually was. And I think I don't want to debunk the 2024 hydrogeological study, but it's just important to know that the work that was done was on a desktop. And we need to put boots on the ground. We need to follow their recommendations, of which Weston and Sampson did a nice job applying the recommendations, and install the additional test wells and do the fingerprinting and figure out what's happening in our town with PFAS. And I really want to respect the finances of this town, and I don't expect it to be done tomorrow, but as long as we're moving forward, I think we have a lot to learn from the conclusion of that study, and hopefully there is a way to mediate. I mean, if by chance it was some giant chain of dry cleaners that contaminated our groundwater, we could hold someone responsible, and that could be really great.
I decided there wasn't any dry cleaners. That was a.
I was just being hypothetical.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you make your
It
point.
wasn't-
We need
that
to
was
continue
an
to work.
error.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Well, I
Thank you
appreciate
both.
it.
All right,
Yeah.
Kenneth McKim has a question. Go ahead, Mr. McKim.
His hand's been up for a while, so we might have to give him a second.
Here he is.
Mr. McKim.
I can't get it. It's not working on my phone.
I can hear you. Go
We
ahead.
can hear you.
Gotcha.
Okay. No, this is a very interesting thing I've been listening to here on this. I live directly behind that. There's been zero waste that has come in from the big dig. So I have lived here in this house for 32 years on Heritage Lane. Seen what's going on back there for years of both everything. And all this stuff about what you're talking about, construction material as opposed to what was done in the municipal landfill is night and day from each other. There's some shingles back there, there's some tires back there, some steel back there, waste scrap of that nature. But all the groundwater is going towards the ocean from here. I have an irrigation well in my backyard that I had tested. I've tested many times for every single thing under the sun, including PFAS, which is only 350 feet from the evergreen well that most people are not talking about here, which is the main source of water to this whole area and this whole nature of what everyone's drinking off of, which is also clean. But my irrigation well, it's 500 feet away from the corner of this construction fill, is clean as a whistle. So just understand that's what's going on with all this. And my big thing is, if I look at all these plans of what they want to do and how you want to move on with this, and unfortunately, when you look at it, you're trying to bring this grade up to 85 feet. You want to do this stuff, plan number 1, 2, 3, 4, relocate a wetland to another spot. That's unheard of. I've never heard of that. I've even heard people filling in cranberry bogs to be able to get through that process, but they don't have to relocate another cranberry bog. So, involved with the environmental business, which I have been for 40 years, I understand every piece of what you're trying to all talk about here, but it's also very complex here with what you're trying to do. And I understand you're coming from directives from the state that's making you require this, but the town dropped the ball with this unfortunately, on a former town manager that decided to take this over by eminent domain when, yes, it wasn't Waste Management, there was BFI, which was purchased by Waste Management. So you have big pockets involved with that side of it. So you don't want to bring more junk in. You're talking about offering these offsetted soils, whatever they may be the case. This is unheard of. It really is. And I've directly been involved with this for many, many years. I'll gladly get more involved if I need to, because I don't think this is being handled very properly. This is a knee-jerk reaction and a shotgun. This has been back there for over 40 years, not touched. There's been no waste brought into that construction fill for almost 40 years, I should say. Certainly the 32 that I've lived here. And I live right next to probably one of your best engineers that was a select board member for many years, Andre Martachini. So that's my go with this. You can listen to me. I'm not trying to, I'm just listening to this and just a hyperbole of going on and on with these. But PFAS, I have zero in my irrigation well. 500 feet from there, zero.
Hey,
just all
Ken?
of it's migrating that way.
Ken, this is Rainey. How are you?
You got me all there, and I didn't get too, but I've just been listening to it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I had a quick question for you, Ken. I was just curious, how deep is your irrigation well? Do you know?
So I would say, my property where residence is, I am 66 feet on, if I pull up my little, my elevation on my phone, which is the best thing I ever did in my life, was just try to put that little thing on there. 61 feet is my house. My well is, I'm probably from my house to my well, I'm probably 10 feet, which is 50 feet at where that well would be, which is a permitted well. I went through the whole process. NOIs, everything. I've had 3 of them on my property because of wetlands around us. And he hit water at 17 feet from that area, and he put the point well in at 24 feet.
Okay.
And it's crystal pristine water.
Good,
And,
okay.
and if I take a straight shot, if I walk through the woods, 400 feet, I'm at the evergreen well head, literally 400, maybe 500 feet from my irrigation well.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Just so you know, I'm just trying to give you some, you know, and I'm very concerned about what the impact would be on the properties of this street, looking at a mound behind our house that doesn't exist right now. If you're trying to raise it, because that all dips down really low from Mayflower to that street. Please do me a favor. I'll walk you through there. Take a look at how far it goes down. So please understand what I'm trying to say here. I think, you know, it's, you know, it's more so these, you know, it's not necessarily just Heritage Lane. It's also Mayflower from the top of it. It's where the police station is on the other side. And it's the whole cranberry bog that the town purchased as well. This is all, so if you look at that whole mitigation, you know, map of when you look at wetlands, uplands, you know, and what they would consider, you know, just non-developable, it was just all marked red. So, you know, hopefully I didn't get too late into the equation here, but I just want to let my, you know, everything known here, that that's what's what I see, and I understand this business extremely well.
May I respond to Mr. McKim? Mr. McKim, this is Amy McNabb. I hear what you're saying. Speaking for myself, this is kind of our first presentation here on this. We're just hearing about you know, the problems and what our possible solutions could be. I think this is, again, you're not late to the game at all. This is the kind of feedback that we're going to want and need as we move forward, as well as feedback from our boards and committees and residents. So I think, you know, I would love to get a site visit at some point, if that's going to be helpful to the board. I always think, you know, seeing it on the ground is incredibly important. So I appreciate your comments.
I'll encourage that, and
All right, thank you, Mr. McKim. Lee, did you have anything else?
I think there were probably some lingering questions that I may not have answered. I think the one that I recall was just what are lessons learned from the municipal landfill. And I think the big thing to keep in mind is that the majority of that landfill was capped before we had solid waste regulations. Soil caps aren't currently approved by DEP. It's not a viable method of capping a current landfill. It's grandfathered in, but technology assessment has come a long way, that we now recognize that, you know, more protective cover systems are needed. This would be using a modern cover system, you know, very different from the limited clay cap that's over the old landfill. And so, you know, I think the main difference is we have learned from kind of our past here. And so these modern systems are more protective of human health and the environment ultimately. I'm sure there are other questions that were raised that I'm not, you know, recalling here, but anyway.
So this has been a discussion primarily to keep us updated on what's going on, but to Amy's point, there's going to be a lot of detail here that I think the Select Board needs to be involved in the community at large. Certainly there's a lot of work that DPW, Sheila, is doing in the background, and I appreciate that. But given what this is, as I look at the schedule, I want to make sure that we're connecting at a regular basis as we go through this, especially if there are milestones that we need to look at, so that we're informed, and more importantly, that Mr. McKim and others, especially who are right next to it, are informed. And that goes back to my question earlier on about, you know, having a mountain in somebody's backyard. I understand there are laws we have to comply with, and we will do that. But it seems that there are a lot of opportunities here and a lot of different ways we can approach the goal. So let's make sure we do that we'll continue to do that collaboratively, but we're certainly off to a good start. I appreciate your update tonight.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lee. Do you have a question?
Can I say something? I don't know if so much as a question.
Sure, if you can introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Jen Mank, and I own 78 Heritage Lane. And so the waste is literally in my backyard. So I'm very concerned about this project. And Sheila's kept us involved, and I think that's great. But from what I'm hearing here, I'm not really hearing a lot about how it affects the people on Heritage, to the degree that it really does. I mean, we could be poisoned if things don't go the way we think they are. How many times in life has we thought it was this, but then it ended up being very dangerous, right? So I'm very concerned. I really don't want to have soil brought in that's contaminated. I have a vernal pool, which is wetlands, in my backyard. So if it's not lined, if it does somehow leak into that, that's right by my house. And so I have serious concerns about this and really want to make sure that we are involved and we have a say, and that the right thing is done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We agree. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Cerny.
Good evening, Wendell Cerny, Bay Ridge Lane, Chair of the Alternative Energy Committee. Unbelievable discussion, a very serious issue. I just wanted to let you know that the Alternative Energy Committee has been looking at potential sites for increased solarization in town, and it turns out that through the work of several members of our committee, this site has already been identified as a possibility for solar. So just to let you know, we have contacted solarization companies already. They've looked at that property not as it is, but as its potential is. So we are able to report to you what might be the possible solar output of that site, and break it down as well. What could be the financial incentives or rewards to the town too. So just to let you know that we're working on that already, and we're happy to report that out at an appropriate time.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And while you're there, Wendell, I know it's not specific to the issue, but you ought to take a bow for the municipal aggregation project that's underway. The notices just went out. We're all excited to be saving on our electricity.
Yeah, and it's I can only hear secondhand. It sounds like it's going smoothly, and Colonial Power has done a very good job, and the town has done a great job in posting things and distributing things. So
yeah, thanks to you and the committee for all that hard work. It's paid off.
We all work together. Okay, great.
Great job. Thank you. Okay. Great. Anything else on the McNeil landfill capping project? If not, Ms. Rufo has been waiting very patiently. She's like Rainey and the other Nancy. She's been here all day.
Yes, I have.
We'll hear from you on the discussion and vote on this conservation restriction number 49 pink for reapproval after exhibit corrections. So you've already done some hard work on this. It went up to the state, I understand, get kicked back on some technicalities, and we're going to fix them.
Correct.
All right.
So you've already signed it once. It has to go to the state for a final set of signatures. They did notice that somehow in the different iterations, there was a change to the legal description of Exhibit A. It was minor, but it was major enough that they wanted it kicked back for the Conservation Commission and for the Select Board to re-sign. So that's what you have before you.
All right. Can you just describe what the change was briefly?
Yeah, so the original corrected sentence basically listed the parcel numbers. And this is in your packet. I think you have the CR. It was the legal description of Exhibit A, which comes after page 24. So somehow the list of the actual parcel numbers got changed to just the clause that said the premises is also shown as Exhibit B. All of the parcel numbers were deleted somehow. Okay. So we fixed it, and that's the corrected version you have before you.
All right. Any questions? I think it was pretty straightforward.
No, we wouldn't want to put a conservation restriction on somebody else's,
I know.
so I think we're ready for a motion. And while Fernando's coming back, I just want to acknowledge Nancy and your sidekick, Michael. We had a call earlier today on the Di Lorenzo farm regarding a barn project, and the two of you came up with some really creative ideas about advancing the project, so thank you very much for that.
Of course, yeah.
I move that Select Board approve and execute conservation restriction number 49 from the town of Duxbury to the Wildlands Trust, Inc. for the property formerly known as the Pink Property, located at 0 Old Corewood Path, and consisting of approximately 65 acres pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Section 31-33, as presented and amended.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion on the motion? I don't think this requires a roll call.
Oh.
No. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Happy early birthday, Fernando.
Thanks for sticking around,
Thanks,
Nancy.
Nancy.
Appreciate that.
Be here long enough to actually celebrate the day.
All right, so next we have discussion and vote regarding opening March 14, 2026 annual and special town meeting warrants and call for articles. I think we have a motion.
Yes, I move that the Select Board votes to open the March 14th, 2026 annual town meeting and special town meeting warrants.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? And I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Motion carries 4-0. Is there anything we need to discuss?
Yes, call for articles 2026 annual and special town meeting. The Select Board invites citizens to submit articles for the 2026 annual and special town meeting. Articles must be submitted to the town manager's office by 4 p.m. on Monday, December 1st, 2025. The complete article language and a brief explanation of the article are required. Please contact Nancy O'Connor at 781-934-1100, extension 5401, with any questions.
Excellent.
You forgot to say hear ye at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Fernando.
I'm just,
It's
Let's-
late,
I'm
it's
just-
late, Mike.
Let's move
I'm
to
just
our,
not good enough.
let's hear from the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Joanne Moore had asked that I recite to you the following. The town of Duxbury is pleased to announce the expansion of the Care Solace program to support all Duxbury residents and their families. Originally launched in the Duxbury Public Schools, the Care Solace program has been highly successful in helping students, staff, and families access timely mental health care. Based on this success, the town has now signed a contract to make Care Solace available to all Duxbury residents, ensuring our entire community can benefit from this important service. They are treatment providers who provide their services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, regardless of insurance coverage or financial situations. You can access Care Solace a couple of ways. You can call 888-515-788 anytime, or you can search online anonymously by answering a few simple questions at caresolace.com/MA-Duxbury. I'm going to hand this to Suzanne so she can have it for the paper.
Before you move to the next item,
Yes.
Mr. Town Manager, we have Peter Holden here who's been waiting patiently. He is very familiar with Care Solace and has some information to share with us.
So, Peter Holden, I live on Surplus Street in Duxbury, and I'm a member of the Council on Aging Board. And based on my background, I was asked to take on the mental health, behavioral health domain of the Livable Duxbury survey, et cetera. And we've been working really hard over the last year to try and address the fact that, number one, there is no mental health and behavioral health system in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, let alone in individual towns, et cetera. Long story short, I didn't come to make a presentation. I came to answer any questions you might have. So I'm going to be very, very brief. I'd be happy to come and do a presentation on exactly what Care Solace is, how it does it, et cetera. But out of courtesy, wanted you to know that over the next 6 weeks, we're going to do a full court press on explaining Care Solace to the entire population. Everybody that lives and works in Duxbury is going to be covered by this program. Right now, it is entering its third year in place at the school system. They love it. The two are different. Care Solace provides some specific services for kids and teachers that really don't work for the town as a whole. But we have expanded this at no cost to the town of Duxbury to everybody that lives here and everybody that works in town. It is essentially the beginning foundation of putting together a mental health system that is very, very easy to access. The first responders, the providers, everybody's all in, they're all excited. And basically, we're going to teach families how to access Care Solace on their own, if they choose to do so, and they can self-navigate, if you will, through this to find appropriate practitioners, pre-qualified, pre-vetted practitioners that are part of the Care Solace network. And if it's, something, my mother's not acting right, and I don't know what the hell to do, there will be a professional staff at Care Solace 24/7 that will start asking questions. They will walk you through the process. They will screen, and they will help you find an appropriate practitioner that's vetted for language, that's vetted for the specific diagnostic issue, insurance, self-pay, no pay, I mean the whole 9 yards. And they follow up. They will make the appointments for you if necessary, and then they will give very extensive monthly reports to the town, to us at the Council on Aging. We didn't want the Council on Aging to be the, quote, face of this. I think it should be the town of Duxbury, because if you say COA, sometimes people self-select. Oh, I'm only 50 years old, that doesn't apply to me. No, this applies to everybody that lives in town. It is incredibly inexpensive. There's, again, a separate contract for the school. To put the rest of Duxbury on this program is $10,000. And the Friends of the Council on Aging very generously agreed to pay for the first year of this. We think that it will easily pay for itself, and we're going to focus on implementation this year and getting a long-term funding source to keep this going. Because, I mean, given the general angst and depression of the last 4 years, I think last 4 hours, I think there's going to be significant utilization of Care Solace once we have it up and going. But you're going to be reading about it, you're going to be seeing it on TV and all that over the next 4 to 6 weeks, and we just wanted you to know that was in process, and that, again, no cost to the town, no cost to the people that utilize the service. They'll pay or their insurance will pay for the counseling time, or the inpatient, whatever. But Care Solace is of no cost to the community whatsoever.
Peter, question for you. I know folks that are in crisis, we've got 988 as being the number to call if somebody feels that they need to talk to somebody right away. Care Solace, is it more of a referral service? I mean, it's not an acute provider, though, right?
Think of it as a navigator to mental health.
Okay.
Right now, anything goes on, unless you are in that part of the world, unless you're a provider or a therapist or whatever, you don't know where to go.
Right.
It could be a crisis, it could be a budding crisis, or it could be just my mother's lethargic, don't know what to do, and they will absolutely walk you through. They have care coordinators. It's like, think of if you get a cancer diagnosis. The hospital has navigators, nurse navigators that work in the cancer unit, because as soon as a patient hears that word from the doc, they stop listening.
Sure. Yeah.
So Nurse Bill or Nancy she'll be right in, he'll be right in, and they will work you through what's the future like for you and your family. Care Solace does that for mental behavioral health and social services. If you have food insecurities, if you have housing issues, they've got a whole service that will take care of that as well. It is an absolutely phenomenal opportunity for this town. There are, I think, 25 million individuals across the country that are presently covered. There are about 38,000 practitioners that are in the Massachusetts database. Again, pre-qualified, pre-vetted. They meet conditions that, you know, they'll, within so many hours, they will get the appointment with the patients, all that. It's all, if this existed when I was running BI Plymouth, I would have paid for this for the entire primary service area of that hospital. Because we, as a society, I'm embarrassed about what we've done in mental health. 1 in 4 of us has a diagnosable, treatable mental illness. And 5 cents of every dollar in the United States goes to mental health and behavioral health as opposed to acute care medicine. This is way, way overdue.
This is great. Amy?
I think this sounds wonderful. And I think you're right. I think there are a lot of people that have challenges when it comes to navigating the medical world, and a lot of people who maybe don't even know who to talk to or how to go about getting help. There's also a huge shortage of mental health providers out there for the people that do need it. So if there's a...
But even the providers that do exist, they're solo actors.
Right.
They don't network. They don't know who to pass on. There's no referral system that's inbuilt into mental and behavioral health. So it's much worse than just available practitioners.
Right. So any help that we can give this big portion of our population, I think, is great. I would, just for people listening, because I know I picked up on it when I was listening to you, you said that the entity, what's it called?
Care Solace.
Care Solace will report back on, you know, and I think for
100%
privacy
confidential.
right, everything is going to be confidential. So if people
No patient
reach out-
identifiers,
right,
no
okay.
nothing. It
I
was
just wanna-
just sheer numbers. This needs to be utilized to be effective. So we're going to do everything we can to promote, and you know, hopefully you get sick and tired of hearing about it and reading about it in the next couple of months. But if it's not utilized, it's not doing what it should be doing and what it's done in communities all over the country. I've talked to cities, I've talked to universities, I've talked to towns, and you couldn't pry it out of their hands
No, I
for
think
anything.
it sounds wonderful.
Same thing with the
I
school
just wanted
system.
to get it on the record that anybody
no,
who uses this
100%.
would be.
As I said,
100%
this isn't a
confident.
presentation. I just didn't want you being caught unawares.
You've done it. You made a fantastic presentation, but no, but Brian, can we put this on the agenda? I think the point Peter was making, this is not council on aging. This is something the town. So maybe as a select board, if we can get on the agenda just to kind of reinforce that notion. I know our agenda is kind of full, but we can find maybe 5 or 10 minutes to.
I think we're on your November agenda.
I think, so I'd like to see the
November
materials
3rd?
go out first.
Thank you.
And that the town gets some information out
Fair
there,
enough.
and
I
then,
mean, but
absolutely,
At
sure.
some point we decide. as
We'll
the
give you,
best
we'll
time.
give you handouts, because I know you're gonna get asked questions, so we'll give you a takeaway to make it easy on you, and we'll give a very brief presentation here.
Yeah,
Well,
I
thanks,
wasn't
Steve.
mentioning November
to help with
3rd.
your
It's
rollout.
just simple.
Pardon me?
Whatever we can do to help with your rollout of
Yes.
this.
Oh, I
The bottom
appreciate
line
that.
there. Nicely said, Michael.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thanks to you and the
Great.
team
Thank
for
you.
making it happen.
Yeah.
A lot of good folks, and again, fire, the police department, first responders, they're thrilled.
Excellent.
Awesome,
Thank
thank
Back to
you.
you.
And I applaud your stamina.
I'm losing it.
I'm losing it. Have a request of the town manager or?
Well, he's got to finish his report
I thought
first.
he finished his report.
No,
No,
that
I've only
was,
said
that
one
was.
thing so
Oh,
far.
geez.
No, we were
Go
just
right ahead.
taking a look.
The only other thing I was going to mention is next Monday, October 27th, you'll be meeting in the Ellison Room. At that time, there's only one item on the agenda, and that is a discussion on the review of the FY27 budget. We're inviting the Finance Committee and the School Committee to attend, but not as a joint meeting. We'll have the information out to you on Wednesday. That is the moment that you had asked for to have input on the budget, so that the expectation is that you will provide it to us on that Monday night.
Got it.
But we'll get the information ahead of time,
Wednesday.
correct?
We're hoping to
Okay.
push it out.
Wednesday.
We're hoping to push it out on Wednesday, but even if it is Friday, I would kindly ask that you please look at it over the weekend. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, let
Yep.
Mary and I know.
Okay.
It'll be detailed.
It will.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Did you have a question, Amy?
Now I'm done.
Okay, go right ahead, Fernando.
This is really good presentation. It's in paper format. Can I get this one and the Samsung Winston electronics so I can
They
file
were
it
sent
away?
to you this afternoon,
They sent to me?
all of you.
Well, it'll be on the town's website as
It'll be on
well.
the website tomorrow. Yeah,
So I can download it.
I sent them
Okay.
out this afternoon.
You did? Okay.
All right.
I've been busy this afternoon.
Anything
reading
else
other
for the
stuff.
town manager? All right, we already did the event permit, so let's declare a bonus shellfish season, shall we?
Do I do that first?
Well, you
Be-
even put a
be-
shell in there.
Yeah.
That's
All right then.
really good.
Shall we?
Bonus shellfish season for November 2025. I move that the Select Board declares a temporary bonus shellfish season for the commercial harvesting of soft shell clams for the month of November. The commercial harvesting of
Cohogs.
cohogs,
Cohogs.
clams, cohog clams for the month of November. And thirdly, the recreational harvesting of soft shell clams for the month of November.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries 4-0. Do we have announcements?
Yes. First announcement is the Powder Point Bridge Public Forum. The Mass DOT project team is hosting this meeting to gather feedback from the community to be incorporated in the bridge design. This forum will be held on Tuesday, October 21st, from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Duxbury High School cafeteria. 2, municipal aggregation plan announcement. The town of Duxbury is pleased to announce that it's launching its community choice power supply program this winter to provide an energy program that is stable, affordable, and incorporates additional renewable energy. Notifications have been mailed to all residents. This program begins with December 2025 meter reads. Information sessions to answer questions about Duxbury's community choice power supply program will be held by the town and representatives of Colonial Power Group as follows. November 5th, 2025, between the hours of 7 to 8 p.m., Senior Center, second floor, large classroom. November 6th, 2025, between the hours of 10 to 11 a.m., Senior Center, second floor, large classroom. For more information, visit the Alternative Energies Committee's webpage on the town's website or visit Colonial Power at www.colonialpowergroup.com/Duxbury or call Colonial Power at 866-485-5858, extension 1. Finally, the next scheduled Select Board meeting will be on Monday, October 27th, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. in the Ellison Room at the Senior Center, 10 Mayflower Street. Actually, one final announcement, but it will be a member of the Select Board's birthday on October 21st.
Over here.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hear ye.
We'll bring a
Hear ye,
cupcake.
hear ye.
Happy birthday.
Motion to adjourn,
So
finally,
All right, we
at
have motion and
10:32.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? We are adjourned. Thank you.